institutions of FIO here in Gadet, fellow GHIE colleague women in engineering, WINE Ghana members who are here providing all the needed support to the WE Secretariat, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, honored speakers, fellow engineers, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and also the senior members of the WE in Order of Angola, permit me, Engineer Lydia Santiago, the godmother of WE, Order of Engineers Angola, and then Engineer Fernanda Flora, the WE coordinator. On behalf of the Women Engineering Committee of the Federation of Engineering Organizations, I would like to thank the conference organizing team chaired by Engineer Martin Manoa and the coordinator from Order of Angola, Engineer Joe Wilson, with the great support of the chair of the WE Committee of the Order of Angola, Engineer Vera, and Engineer Ariana Silva. It is with great joy and honor that I stand before you today as the chair of the Women in Engineering Committee of Africa to extend a heartfelt welcome to everyone who has traveled from near and far to be part of this significant gathering. Today we come together not as engineers, but as trailblazers, innovators, and advocates for gender equality in our field of engineering. Our forum, now in its 7th edition, has grown in strength, impact, and reach, demonstrating the unwavering commitment of African women engineers to shape the future of engineering on our continent. I vividly remember the first African Female Engineers Forum, which brought together female engineers from the African sub-region for the very first time in Mombasa, Kenya in 2018. The objective of the African Female Engineers Forum is to improve the participation of women in engineering in sustainable development goals programs across the continent and enhance the participation of the girl child in the field of engineering. Subsequently, the African Women in Engineers Forum has since grown from strength to strength, ensuring the alignment of its 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th forums with the overall African Engineering Week themes, presenting forum outcomes and resolutions that have been effected as part of the overall conference resolutions to ensure the continuous growth and contribution of females in engineering practice towards achieving SDGs in Africa. The African Female Engineers Forum have, among other things, provided a platform to recognize the contribution of female engineers, obtain great insight into the diverse perspectives females bring on board through innovative methods in engineering practice within the African region. Additionally, these forums have presented engaging platforms for the empowerment of females and provided opportunities for female engineers to interact, network, connect, and share their experiences, which remain similar across the African sub-region. The 6 past African Female Forums have comprised keynote addresses, speeches from specially invited guests, panel discussions with question and answer sessions, and interactive sessions with female students to showcase African female engineering role models and boost the interest of female students to pursue engineering through demonstrations using the Unesco robotic kits. The theme for the first African Women Engineers Forum in 2018 in Mombasa was African Women in Engineering, Innovation and Community Sustainability. The second forum, organized under the theme Leadership and Empowerment, Shift Up, Own the Future in 2019 was in Victoria Falls in Zambia, while the third African Women Engineers Forum in 2020 was organized virtually, and that was the COVID time. So obviously we had to organize it virtually under the theme Achieving Gender Equality in Africa, a panacea for development in Africa. The fourth Women in Engineering Forum was under the theme Women Entrepreneurs in Trade, was organized in 2021 in Accra. And the fifth African Engineers Forum was organized in Addis Ababa. The sixth African Engineering Forum was presented under the theme Women in Engineering Opportunities, Challenges, and Paving the Way. The theme for this year's forum, Empowering Women in Engineering to Build a Sustainable African Future, resonates deeply with our mission to empower, uplift, and support women in engineering across Africa. It underscores the need for collaboration, innovation, and inclusive growth in addressing the unique challenges we face as women in the profession in this continent. As we navigate a rapidly changing world marked by technological advancements and complex socio-economic dynamics, the role of women engineers has never been more critical. Over the next few hours, we will engage in thought-provoking discussions, inspiring keynote addresses, and dynamic panel sessions. We will hear from distinguished and bright minds in engineering, share best practices, and explore innovative solutions to the challenges that lie ahead of us. The forum is an opportunity to learn, network, and most importantly, to forge partnerships that drive progress for women in engineering across Africa. I want to take this moment to express my deepest appreciation to the members of this year's Forum Organizing Committee, chaired by Engineer Valerie Aberaba, coming from Nigeria, and the founder of the Women in Engineering Forum, and the first chair of the Women in Engineering Committee under the World Federation and the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. Engineer Ariana Silva from Angola, the committee vice chair. Engineer Agnes Mofia from Zambia, the committee secretary. Engineer Yetunde Holloway, the committee member who is also the immediate past chair of Wafio and FIO. Engineer Vera Sheila from Angola, Engineer Mavis Alote from Ghana, and Ms. Aisha Osman from Ghana, the Secretariat. We also would like to thank our sponsors and partners who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. Your dedication and support are invaluable to our cause, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. My special thanks goes to the staff of the Secretariat in Ghana, Madam Aisha Osman and Ms. Phyllis Okran, and the President, the Executive Director, and the Council of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Your tremendous support is making great impact. To all participants, I want to encourage you to make the most use of this forum. Engage, ask questions, share your experiences, and build connections. Remember, this platform is ours, a space where we can express our ideas, share our challenges, and celebrate our achievements. Let us use this to inspire change, empower the next generation of women engineers, and strengthen our community. In closing, please permit me to recognize and present awards to 3 special female engineers on behalf of the FIO We. Their tireless efforts have contributed tremendously to the growth of FIO. I would like to call on our Honorable WFIO President, if he's here. Okay, our FIO President, Engineer Papayas Kasawadi, to present this special award to Engineer Valerie Aberaba, the WE Chair and founder of the African Women Engineers Forum. Please, Engineer Papayas. Thank you very much. It's your effort. We would like to also recognize the effort Thank you very much. Engineer Valerie Aberaba, thank you for all your efforts. We would like to also recognize the effort of our past chair of WIFU and FIU, Engineer Yetunde Holloway. She is not here, she's online, and so, Tessie, if you can come and collect her award on her behalf. Thank you. Tessie is the WE administrator of the past WE administrator for WE Secretariat. Engineer Tessie. And Engineer Yetunde was a member of the organizing committee for this year's forum and her outstanding contribution in establishing FIOWE virtual STEAM competition. Thank you very much. I would lastly want to call on you are here already, to help me recognize the outstanding contributions and support of the immediate past president of FIO, Engineer Carlien Ushedid, for her tremendous support to FIOWE during her tenure as president of FIO. During her tenure, we established the FIOWE Arts Competition. We also had another initiative, which was the FIOWE Sheroes and the most influential engineers. Thank you very much, Engineer Carlien Ushedid, for your tremendous contribution. I am excited. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much, Engineer Papayas, FIO President. I am excited about the meaningful conversations and collaborations that will emerge from this gathering. We also have a parallel session that is ongoing that we will have after this with the children from Angola, female children from Angola. They will have the opportunity to see the female role models, and also we will demonstrate the use of the science kits to them to engage their interest in STEM and increase the gender gap and reduce the gender gap. Let us challenge the status quo, push our boundaries, and continue to elevate the role of women in engineering across Africa. Once again, welcome to the 7th African Women Engineers Forum, and let us make this event a memorable and impactful one. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, engenheira Pepe Pena. Dizer que a engenheira Pepe Pena tem 20 anos de experiência na área de comunicação e redes de tecnologia, informação e projeto de gestão. Foi distinguida como profissional praticante acadêmica. Atualmente ela é gerente responsável pela entrega de projeto de TI. Companhia de Eletricidade do Ghana. Ela é bacharel em Engenharia Elétrica e Eletrônica pela Universidade de Ciência e Tecnologia da Cuam. É licenciada em Gestão com especialidade em Informação, Tecnologia, Gerenciamento de Projeto pela Universidade Técnica de Colorado. É doutorada em Administração pela CTU, Estados Unidos. A engenheira Leonam Pepepena é atualmente presidente da Organização das Mulheres Engenheiras do Ghana. A sua paixão é encorajar e orientar jovens estudantes, especialmente mulheres, na tomada de decisões. Mulheres empoderadas. Chamo para esse púlpito. Chamo para esse púlpito a engenheira os dois não saiu o som. Chamo então 1, 2, 3 mulheres. Chamo então para esse púlpito também a engenheira Fernanda Flora, que vai proferir palavras então de boas-vindas em nome da Ordem dos Engenheiros. Yeah? Okay. Engenheira Flora, por favor, tenha o púlpito todo para ti. Salva de palma, então. É só ter cuidado. Aqui está escuro.
Bom dia, excelentíssimas senhoras e excelentíssimos senhores, distintos convidados internacionais e nacionais, estimadas engenheiras africanas, caros estudantes e participantes. Sejam bem-vindos à 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia, à 8ª Conferência Africana de Engenharia e ao Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas. Angola sente-se muito lisonjeada por ter sido escolhida para ser o palco de tão nobres eventos que celebram o talento, a inovação e o empoderamento das mulheres engenheiras em toda a África. Desejo que consigam atingir os objetivos a que nos propomos. Fortalecer o papel das mulheres na engenharia africana, aumentar a participação das meninas nas áreas do STEM, promover o desenvolvimento de capacidades de liderança entre as engenheiras e contribuir para a realização dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, especialmente nas áreas de igualdade de género, inovação e sustentabilidade ambiental. Angola e a Ordem dos Engenheiros de Angola agradecem a participação de todos neste evento histórico e aguardam com expectativa o impacto positivo que as discussões e as resoluções terão no futuro da engenharia africana. Muito obrigada.
Estes microfones estão a escorregar um pouquinho. Então temos que ter um pouquinho de cuidado. Uma salva de palmas então para a engenheira Flora. Dizer que a engenheira Flora é engenheira civil, aposentada, figura-chave na Ordem dos Engenheiros, membro fundadora do Comitê de Mulheres Engenheiras, da Ordem dos Engenheiros. Ao longo da sua carreira, ela ocupou o cargo de destaque na Ordem. É delegada da região sede e presidente do Conselho Eleitoral da comissão liderada às eleições dos 2 últimos presidentes da Ordem dos Engenheiros de Angola. O momento que segue agora é surpresa para as mulheres, para nós as mulheres, e queria pedir atenção então à surpresa para nós as mulheres. Por favor, DJ, agradecia que metesse a música para as mulheres então. África. turma do futuro. Mais uma salva de palmas, então. Gostaram da surpresa, né? Vou chamar então para o púlpito, para ocuparem esses assentos. O momento que segue agora é a apresentação sobre temas estratégicos, plano de ação. Chama então a Johnny Necker para ocupar o assento, bem como Pierre Excel, Alberta Amaqua, Berveli Naquasse, por favor. Tsego. Chego Cornirse, Virginia Mohamed, bem como a engenheira Naham, para ocuparem desses assentos aqui em frente. Apresentação sobre tema estratégico e FEO, plano de ação da WE.
Hello, bon dia. I hope I had it right. Good. So we all know engineering is hugely male-dominated, and the theme 1 is about ensuring gender balance in the engineering workforce. So our task as theme 1 leads is to ensure there is a pool of potential female engineering practitioners who are ready to step up and fill relevant key roles. And so we call on all professional engineering bodies, especially the female part, to align their activities with the 6 strategies outlined. And so for theme 1, we are to ensure engineering workforce capacity building to increase diversity and inclusivity in the future skills pipeline. And to go about this strategy, we have 6 different strategies outlined. I am Engineer Alberta Amankwa from Ghana. My vice team lead is online. And so for the first strategy is to support, reinforce, and participate in existing national or international programs. The screen is blurred. I can hardly see. Let me read from the bigger screen here. To support, reinforce, and participate in existing or international programs to promote workforce diversity and amplification of this aim. And to be able to do this, there are a number of indicators that will show that, yes, we are actually working towards this strategy. And we have a number of activities that we participate in. We have webinars, we have innovative engineering student challenge, and then high schools outreach. So quite recently, that was in June, we had the first edition of the webinar series, Engineering Excellence, Insights from Male Champions, where we had 5 strong and very powerful male engineers who have been able to contribute their quota to the engineering workforce, join us and share their insights to help us as females to know what to do in order to excel in our various fields. They also reached out to their male counterparts to give us all the necessary supports, and we were very grateful to these male champions. Then the second strategy is to ensure that there is social media presence to support and promote our African conversations around gender diversity in engineering, where we use the hashtag FIOWomen in our various social media handles. And so to be able to find out how far we are going, whether we are progressing or not, we count about 100 hashtags in a year. And so as we speak, we are yet to measure the current status. We have identified a lot of social media presence for our members. And so we are going to use the tweet, hashtag FIREWomen, to ensure that people get to know about female engineers in Africa. Then the third is to ensure that there is a more visible presence at the African level of the work that we is doing and also at the international level. And so during FIRE conferences, just as we have now, there is presence, a lot of activities that go on. And today we are having the Women's Day to showcase what we are made of. And we are looking forward to the Global Conference of Engineering Organizations this year to also showcase our presence. Then the fourth strategy is to develop resources to showcase the work of FIRE-We, where we come up with banners, flyers, and PowerPoint presentations. And we have a suite of resources that we use during events. And all these go to give out our presence. The fifth strategy is also to promote and celebrate World Engineering Day, International Women in Engineering Day, and International Day of the Girl. So during these days, we host activities or organize activities that would celebrate women, and we do that through webinars and podcasts. And our plan is to have at least 3 activities for the year. And so far, we are done with 2, 1 more to go at the FIRE level. And lastly, we also make use of metrics and member feedback to identify countries where capacity building and outreach activities are most required, so that we give them the necessary support to be able to reach out to more female engineering students, to be able to ensure that in the future, we'll be able to meet the needed vacuums that have to be filled. And so we have come up with initial identification of member needs with respect to capacity building, where we also carry out career guidance in schools as primary, the JHS level, and even at the university level in our member countries. And this is something currently ongoing. And so we call on all members, especially our female members, to ensure that their various strategies align with the theme 1.
My name is John Wayne. Team lead for 2. And I'm here with my co-lead, Professor Essing. They are from Ghana. So team 2 is engineering workforce capacity building to encourage female engineers, retention and leadership. I will introduce the team, and my colleague from Ghana, Engineer Essien, will come and tell us the strategies we've put together to help us achieve what we plan to do in the next 4 years. This team focuses on the vital aspect of female engineers' capacity building, their retention in profession, and their advancement into leadership roles in their different organizations, and also in engineering forums like this. The team will explore some strategies to enhance the skills and growth opportunities for female engineers, who identify ways to create supportive and enabling environment for them to thrive in whatever and wherever they are. we will also discuss pathways to leadership roles in our organizations, in their own different organizations. And we will hope that all of you, male and female, will join us to achieve this. Engineer Essen.
Thank you very much. So with us, we've come up with 6 different activities. We would want to organize workshops to focus on leadership skills, including negotiation skills, project management, and strategic thinking, tailored for female engineers. We would also identify and encourage senior leaders to act as champions who would actively advocate for females and push them to leadership positions. We would also establish engineering networking to build a strong community of women engineers within organizations to highlight female engineers' achievements and also the importance of gender diversity. We would also come up with MOUs with universities and schools so that they promote programs that would encourage females to take up engineering, as well as develop and implement engineering ambassador programs where female engineers visit workplaces and get to know the success story of female engineers. We would also come up with a survey to know and then identify specific flexible work arrangements for women. You know that sometimes when women are faced with childbirth and things, some organizations wouldn't want to work with them because they feel they lose man hours. But we would encourage them to know that per COVID, you can even work from home and then still achieve your activities. Okay, so we have a plan from 2024 up to 2027. In 2024, we would want to create awareness. 2025, we'll follow up with the engineering ambassadors and then their activities. 2026, for our very first activity, we'll create awareness in 2024. 2025, we'll organize leadership training for females across Africa. And in 2026, 2027, we'll organize training and webinars and workshops for leaders as well. Our second activity for 2024, we'll still create the awareness. In 2025, 2026, we'll organize trainings on office etiquette and then soft skills required for organizational leadership. And in 2027, we'll have a forum for engineers, for female engineers to share their experiences and challenges to encourage the young ones. For our third activity, in 2024, we want to come up with best ways to revisit Africa's influential engineers and the FAEO Hall of Fame Sheroes program, and then celebrate them as well. We'll do the same in 2025, and then in 2026, we'll continue with the most influential African engineers, and then the Hall of Fame as well. And then in 2027, we'll still do the same. When it comes to our fourth activity, in 2024, we'll still continue with the awareness creation. We'll do follow-ups in 2025. In 2026, we'll organize school outreach programs across Africa through the members. And then in 2027, we'll organize school outreach programs across Africa through our members. Then with our last activity, in 2024, we'll carry out surveys to identify challenges of female engineers, as the challenges the female engineers face, and then the causes of withdrawal from the engineering profession. 2025, we'll discuss on how to resolve these identified challenges. And then in 2026, we'll advocate for improvement of their conditions. And in 2027, we'll analyze the gaps and then know what to do, the activities to do to help us to retain our female engineers. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Cyril Cornelius. I'm from South Africa, and I'll be presenting to you, giving you feedback on Theme 3's collection of engineering strategic indicators. In this theme, I have not been working alone. I'll therefore would like to acknowledge my team members. I believe they are online. Ms. Virginia Bohamba from Namibia, as well as Ms. Beverly Nyakutikwa from Zimbabwe. Thank you. So in terms of this objective, we've been working very closely with the WAFEO-WE, that's the World Federation of Engineering Organizations Committee. I've been working closely with the WAFEO-WE committee, that's the World Federation of Engineering Organizations Committee of Women in Engineering, and perhaps maybe a special acknowledgement to Ms. Yvette Ramos from Switzerland, as well as Ms. Janet Southwood from Canada. I'm not forgetting our past chair, Ms. Yetunde Holloway from Nigeria, and our current chair, where we've been working closely together to ensure that we are aligned, and I would like to thank them for their contributions and continuous support in ensuring that. We work as per the objective there. We ensure that we standardize on the type of the information we need to collect to ensure alignment, and accordingly have standard definitions and methodologies which we will be available for comparison and benchmarking as per the Theme 3. Maybe taking you through Theme 3 activities. I think the slide would do better. Theme 3 is divided into 4 themes or 4 activities. The first activity is really to ensure that we create a methodology for standardization and measuring data that we require for women in engineering. The second activity focuses on analyzing the specific data we have collected and establish how we will then use it as evidence for policy drafting and making informed decision. The third aspect of this third activity is to create the gender scorecard, standardizing scorecard, which we will then use to measure and have some measures such as equity, fair pay, exposure, opportunities, mentorship, career path, inclusivity, and the likes. The last activity for Theme 3, we focus on how we can stimulate the integration of gender mainstreaming policies through information gathering and sharing sessions, such as webinar as well as writing papers. So maybe just sharing a little bit of progress. To date, we've looked at activity 1 as mentioned, and we picked and identified that there is indeed some sort of standardization required for us to be able to collect information that will enable us to benchmark against each country, because each country has different measures they're currently using. We've also identified the various partners as per our objective included in this chain, and our partner starts from that WAFEO level to our FAEO level, as well as cascading down to other regions such as your SAFEO, your WAFEO, and other national and international partners. So to start with, we need to define terms of standardization. What do we mean by a registered person? What do we mean by a graduate? The type of education, so that we are able to compare apples with apples. And this will be in alignment with the IEA, and we will have, or we will rather use their guidance to set the standard. As I've mentioned, all the themes that are presented here today are aligned to the WAFEO themes. So we need to specify the measures and basics to quantify the various engineering disciplines and levels at which we operate. So I think to conclude, through the leadership of our current chair, we are busy now drafting a standardization paper in which we hope to define, as far as the mandate of the WE allows, to clarify terms that we will be using when we collect the information through surveys and interviews of various countries. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your support as you receive this request from your specific PEIs and the likes. Please be on the lookout as we seek input to our paper that I say we are busy drafting. And we request completion, survey completion when we do our webinars, information sharing sessions. Please do attend and provide your input. I think on a very high level, that's that for me. Thank you.
morning. Theme 4 is working in partnership to address the Sustainable Development Goals, with a particular emphasis on Goal 5 and its relationship with other goals. FAO Committee is working in partnership to achieve the SDGs in Africa, particularly SDG 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. This is to ensure that no one is left behind. Objectives include to form partnership with relevant groups and industries to achieve SDGs in Africa, to work together with other themes to achieve their goals related to SDGs, to incorporate engineering and technology in addressing SDGs, especially SDG 5 in Africa, to encourage and promote FAO committee members to be actively involved in FAO leadership, to organize seminars and webinars on how FAO plans or has made progress in achieving the SDGs. Activities include sensitization of SDGs to FAO members, form partnership with relevant organizations to achieve SDGs, and to plan and host the STEAM Virtual Art Competition for Girls in Africa. Started 4 years ago under the past chair of FAO, Engineer Yetunde Holloway. This art competition has seen girls between the ages of 5 and 11 express themselves and illustrate solutions to global challenges through arts. This initiative has also been a form of mentorship for young girls to be encouraged to pursue science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics courses and careers. This year, the theme is Enhanced by Engineering. Participants are expected to showcase prominent female engineers in Africa who have distinguished themselves in their engineering careers. The deadline is 20th September 2024. We are hoping to meet sponsors and partners to be part of this great initiative. Kindly scan the QR code for more information. Thank you.
Acho que chegamos ao fim destas apresentações. Informar aos presentes que, para além dessa atividade nessa sala, temos também atividade na sala paralela com as crianças. Para introduzir, a atividade está dedicada à introdução das crianças dentro da engenharia diária. Está a ser feito com demonstrações de kits científicos, né? Cadernos para crianças. Vamos então chamar agora o presidente da Vamos então chamar o engenheiro Kassawadi Pápias, presidente da FEOA, para nos proferir também palavras de boas-vindas, e convido as engenheiras a ocuparem os seus aposentos, por favor. teremos, no momento, entrega de certificado às engenheiras.
Engineer Alberta Amonkwa. Thank you. Engineer Pel Isel.
Certificado de reconhecimento pela atividade feita.
Engineer Juan Nweke. Engineer Sheu Cornelius. Thank you very much.
Para além do certificado, também tem aqui algumas lembrancinhas. Nada melhor do que ser reconhecida, né? Pelos nossos feitos. Mulheres empoderadas. O empoderamento tem muito significado. O reconhecimento está a ser feito por 4 mulheres, a outra não está presente, ou melhor, por 5 mulheres. A outra não está presente, mas também foi reconhecida. Chamo então para esse púlpito agora o engenheiro Kassawadi, DEC, presidente da FAO, para nos proferir então também mensagens de boas-vindas em nome da FAO. Engenheiro Kassawadi está presente na sala.
Good morning. Good morning. Unfortunately, I kind of surprised. I don't know what to say here. Maybe because of the language. If someone heard what I'm expected of here. Otherwise, I just heard Kasawadi, but I don't know what to say, what to do. Thank you very much. This is an impromptu kind of speech, but first of all, I congratulate the women in engineering leaders from what we have seen so far since morning. And I appreciate the speakers so far who have spoken. This clearly shows that the engineering fraternity in Africa is waking up, and because of the philosophy that we believe, which is rooted into the African tradition of collaboration and togetherness of a man and a woman. This is what we are seeing, and I'm very delighted, and I congratulate the organizers. And I want to assure them, their brothers, their fathers are together with them always. We are very supportive because we believe we can only win and succeed in this journey when we move together. So I welcome everybody who is here, and I thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Saúde. Teremos um reconhecimento engenheiro. Engenheiro. Engenheiro Cassawade. Presidente, engenheiro Cassawade, faz favor. Também receberá uma certificação de reconhecimento. Amém. Também receberá um certificado de reconhecimento, então. Obrigada. Chamamos também a esse púlpito o engenheiro Mustafa Cheru, presidente da WFEL. O engenheiro Refil Butudesse, presidente eleito da FEL, para esse púlpito. Por favor. Engenheiro Mustafa está aí também.
The President of the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, the Chairperson, Women in Engineering Committee of FAO and WFEO, Presidents of engineering institutions here present. Of course, I have to recognize in a very special way my immediate past president of WFEO, Professor Joseph Vieira. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. In honesty, I have to say that I'm very delighted by the number of women engineers that are participating at this particular African Engineering Week and conference. The level of participation is really very commendable, and I even expect the attendance to be much higher in the years when Refilwe takes over as president of FAO. From WFO point of view, I have to say that we are very delighted with the Women in Engineering Committee of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. Since she took over as WIE chair, we have observed a lot of progress, a lot of activities going on globally. So honestly, we have to commend our sister who is chairing this committee. Yeah. She is really doing very well as WIE chair. And I also have to use this opportunity to thank Engineer Valerie Agbiaragba, because she is the one who instituted this particular program when she was the chairperson of Women in Engineering of WFEO and FAO. I think you started it in Kenya, if I can remember. She started it in Mombasa, and since then it has been a regular tradition of the African Engineering Week and Conference. So to start something that will continue even after you is something commendable, and we have to appreciate it. One thing I want to draw the attention of the leadership of women in engineering is the issue of numbers, the number of women engineers we have, both at African level and at global level. I could remember when I took over as WFO president, I charged the president of FAO to please make sure that he gives me the number of engineers we have in each country, with special emphasis of how many engineers we have in each country, women engineers, with special emphasis on women engineers. These numbers I am yet to collect it, but I'm glad with the presentation we had this morning. It's part of the strategic plan and activities they are embarking upon. So I want the incoming president of FAO to please take that seriously. And for me, if I can get it in the first quarter of 2025, I think you will have an award from me. So for you as a woman, I will need not only the statistics of the women in engineering, but also the statistics of the engineers in Africa, because this is very important for us to know what we are doing over time. We have to know that whether we are progressing or we are not progressing. And if we are progressing, in which country are we progressing? If we are not, in which country? And what are the reasons why we are not progressing? And what effort are we going to put to make sure that we bridge the gap in our expectations? Because if you don't have the numbers, you wouldn't know, you will not be in a position to even advise government or international organizations as to how to improve the numbers and the quality of engineers you have in Africa and globally. So I'm glad the incoming president of FAO is here. Please, Madam Refilwe, I need those numbers not only in WFO, but I need it also in UNESCO. Right now, the committee, the implementation committee of International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development has been inaugurated, and part of the exercise we are going to embark upon is based on the numbers of engineers we have globally in each country, in each region of the world, because our effort has to be measured. And if you don't have the statistics, you wouldn't even know what to do to improve on what you have. So let it be put, in your, please note it very, very seriously that we need those numbers. With these few comments, I want to commend the organizers of this particular program, and also express my complete support of the World Engineering Organizations, not only to the Federation of African Engineering Organizations, but also to the Committee of Women in Engineering. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Meus senhores, vamos agora acompanhar mais um momento em que vai ser feita a entrega de um certificado aqui ao engenheiro Mustafa. Can just give the certificate. Aqui uma homenagem da Comissão de Mulheres na Engenharia, desta organização das associações de engenharia, neste dia em que é dedicado ao Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas, na 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia. Os nossos aplausos, por favor, para este momento. Muito obrigado. Embora seja um dia dedicado aqui às mulheres, mas certamente que os homens estão sempre ao lado para o impulso necessário e por isso vamos dar continuidade à nossa sessão, convidando agora para intervir portanto, o engenheiro, para também deixar aqui uma mensagem a todas as mulheres no âmbito desta semana. Vamos convidar o engenheiro Refile Buteleze. Engenheiro Refile Buteleze. Engenheira, no caso. Aplausos, por favor. Mais palmas. Obrigado.
Very much. I was asking the same question there as to
Ladies and
whether
gentlemen,
I'm
it is a
getting a
profound
round of
honor
applause
to
as I
address you
walk up the
at the
stage or
7th
not.
African Women
So thank you
Engineers
for that.
Forum. The theme, Empowering Women in Engineering to Build a Sustainable African Future, resonates deeply. It embodies the vast potential and challenges women in engineering.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on the protocol already observed earlier today. Thank you very much. When this is adjusted, then you know I've got a deficit in height. And I think some of you have also seen I lack in dancing skills, so we need to talk. We need to talk about that. I really extend the warmest regards to the women in engineering for FEO. The work that we have seen this morning, I concur with your sentiments, President of WEFIO. It's commendable, particularly because it also demonstrates that determination that you have in holding yourselves and holding us accountable to the strategic imperatives that we have all committed to. And that cannot be taken away from the fact that you are counting on the numbers. You are committing from your plan of 2017 or 2024 to 2027. So as the president of WIFIO has indicated, he will be holding me accountable and I will be holding you accountable. So please, let's hold each other accountable in this journey. So President, we take that challenge on, and I believe with the caliber of women that you've seen this morning, we are going to take FEO forward. So you will look out for that. We will talk about time. I don't know, the ladies will tell me whether a quarter is sufficient, but we commit to giving you something that will assist in understanding the stats within the space that we operate. As we gather here today to share knowledge, to share experiences, I think it's really important for us to reaffirm the commitment that FEO should have, and all of us should have, in breaking down the barriers for women to participate in the FEO structures. And I'm saying this because even the ladies who sat in this panel earlier today would love to see themselves being well represented in FEO leadership. So ladies, I heard you, and I believe the board of FEO has heard you. And I do think within the structures of FEO, within the regions, within the PEIs, within the committees, I will, together with the board, endeavor to make sure that you are well represented. That's a commitment that I take. Because by working together, we really have to ensure that we inspire future females who want to participate in the engineering space. And by doing that, we will be unlocking a lot more opportunities for them. I'm sure you have seen that when we have a diverse group of people, we even get gifts for speaking. So women nurture. Why wouldn't you want them to be part of FEO? And it's something that we need to really commend you, Madam Chairperson, and your committee. Your generosity is felt today, including the people in your panel. Well done. So I think because I was requested to do a goodwill, it wouldn't be goodwill for me if I don't leave with some parting notes from me. And really, there's 3 points that I would like to talk to. The first one is we really need to start appreciating the energy that comes with diversity. We are diverse as a people, and we are also diverse in a gender perspective. Therefore, we need to start salvaging the aspect of diversity in ensuring that we renew the energy of FAO. We revive what FAO should be, and we sustain that energy that we would have revived so that together we start staying in solitude and taking FAO forward. The second thing I would like to put to yourselves today is we have to have the ability of applying flexible thinking. And by flexible thinking, it depends on how courageous one ends up being. But I will make a few points that I will leave you with, and I think a lot of you will choose what talks to you the most. But in my view, flexible thinking is the ability to think outside the box. For us to move FAO forward, we collectively need to have the ability to think outside the box. I do not believe we can keep doing what we have done and believe we will move FAO forward. So I would like to challenge all of you to think outside the box, to collectively come up with ideas, be innovative, be creative. I would like to encourage you and to challenge you to challenge status quo, because we are not going to move FAO forward if we don't do that. I would like to also challenge you to leave your comfort zone. Let's not be comfortable, because if we want to move FAO forward, we have to put ourselves in a situation where we are challenged to move FAO forward. I would also like to invite you to challenge assumptions, because I believe that we live in a space where there's so many assumptions, but sometimes we fail in the assumptions that we are assuming. Let's be unconventional in how we're going to think. I'm testing the mics as I'm doing this. I can hear that there is one that's failing me. And the third thing that I would like to encourage really and truly is, this is a platform that provides an opportunity for us as Africans to engage. I don't think there'll ever be another opportunity like this. Let us build strong relationships. Let us leverage from the relationships we build. Let's not leave this workshop, this conference, and go back the same way we were when we arrived. At least let's challenge each other to leave here having met 10 people that you can call on when you get back home. Because the misconception that resilient people are fiercely independent, in my view, it is not true. You are resilient because you depend on people that are dependable. And FAO provides an opportunity for everybody to live in that way. So I'm challenging all of you to leave this conference having met at least 10 people that you've not met before, that you can call back when you arrive home. And lastly, I think you've all heard of the project for Sibo, the engineer. I would like to challenge the women in engineering. We need a lot more projects than that. I don't know where Sibo, the engineer lead, is, but I would like to congratulate her for the good work that she's doing, the encouraging work that she's doing, the advocacy that she's doing. We need a lot more of projects like that. I'd like us to give her a round of applause for that work, please. As I step off the stage, I really would like to wish you a productive Women's Forum. I think from the better part of the morning that I've been sitting here, I'm glad I was invited. Thank you very much for having me. And I really would like to encourage all of you to ensure that we leave here with tangible outcomes. Let us not leave here with talk shop. Let's make it productive. Let's challenge ourselves. I know I don't have to worry about resolutions, that was catered for, but let's hold each other accountable to achieving some of those commitments that we make. Thank you very much.
Mais palmas, por favor. Vamos também aqui assistir um momento de atribuição de um diploma de reconhecimento que a engenheira que acabou de falar agora, estamos a nos referir concretamente da engenheira Butelese, é a presidente eleita da Federação de Engenheiras da África. Aplausos, por favor. Fotógrafos para este momento, se temos aqui fotógrafos na sala. por favor, para que possam registrar esse momento. Mais palmas, por favor. Está a ser assim a 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia. Nós vamos seguidamente convidar a engenheira Valéria, que é a presidente da Comissão de Planeamento, não é, desta 7ª semana ou edição deste encontro de mulheres de engenharia. Por favor, just to call the Minister Lídia Brito.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to stand on the already established detailed protocol. My duty is just to read the citation of our keynote speaker, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Engineer Lydia Brito. Engineer Brito is from Mozambique and a former minister who was appointed as Assistant Director General of UNESCO Natural Sciences Department on November 2nd, 2023. She was an interim Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences since June 2023, helping to formulate innovative responses to contemporary environmental challenges. Engineer Brito obtained her bachelor's degree in 1981 in forestry engineering, her master's degree in 1990, and her doctorate degree in 1994 from Colorado State University, United States. From 1998 to 1999, she was Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of the Eduardo Mondlane University, Mozambique. She has been Minister of so many departments in the ministries across Mozambique, where she was visibly involved in formulating policies for planning and external relations of the mayor of Maputo City, Mozambique. Lydia Atto, a former minister, was appointed to the position of Assistant Director General, for Natural Sciences on November 2nd, 2023. She was interim ADG in June 2023 and became substantive on the 2nd November 2023. She was Assistant Director General, I beg your pardon, sorry. She was appointed Director of Regional Office of Science in Latin America and the Caribbean in Montevideo, Uruguay, where she notably promoted the implementation of programs in artificial intelligence, which you all know is ruling the world right now, and open science in 2021. She was appointed Director of the Multi-Sectoral Regional Office for Southern Africa in Harare, Zimbabwe, and UNESCO representative for Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. You will all agree with me that Engineer Lydia Brito is an African to the core. She has worked across countries in Africa, and this morning she's our special guest as the keynote speaker for this conference. Please listen. Thank you.
Excellencies, fellow women engineers, young female aspirants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to address you at the 7th African Women Engineers Forum. The theme, Empowering Women in Engineering to Build a Sustainable African Future, resonates deeply. It embodies the vast potential and challenges women in engineering face across the continent. Throughout Africa, women engineers have made remarkable strides. We have pioneered renewable energy projects. We are driving innovation in civil and mechanical engineering. Time and again, we have demonstrated our competence and resilience. Together, we are building Africa's future, one project at a time. Yet, despite our progress, women remain a minority in engineering. persistent gender biases, limited access to education, and restricted professional opportunities still exist. These challenges prevent us from realizing our full potential. They are not just individual barriers, but systemic issues. Addressing them requires our collective effort. The first step towards change is education. We must invest in STEM programs that inspire young girls to pursue engineering careers. This is not just about access. It is about reshaping perceptions so girls can see themselves in these roles. Role models matter. We must ensure the next generation sees themselves reflected in the careers they aspire to. Equally important is the mentorship. Strong mentorship networks help women navigate the complexities of the profession. They offer guidance and inspiration. Forums like this one allows us to share experiences, strategies, and knowledge. Mentorship fosters confidence and builds resilience. It creates a much-needed community of support. However, mentorship alone is not enough. We must advocate for policies that promote gender equality in the workplace. Governments and organizations must collaborate to enforce equal pay, maternity leave, and anti-discrimination laws. Women deserve the same rights and protections as men. Only then we will be truly thriving. Leadership is also essential. We must encourage more women to take on leadership roles and start their firms. This can drive significant growth, not just for our sector, but for Africa's economy. In 2019, women made up only 19% of global investors. In Africa, this number is even lower. We need target support to help women excel in innovation. Additionally, work-life balance is crucial. It is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Companies prioritizing flexible hours, remote work, and inclusive cultures will retain talent. They will also increase productivity. This is how we build environments that empower rather than restrict. Finally, diversity is a strategic imperative. In 2018, women comprised just 28% of engineering graduates, yet 1 in 3 engineering roles is projected to remain unfilled until 2030. Women have a unique opportunity to fill this gap. We can lead African industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is bright for African women engineers. Africa is experiencing unprecedented growth. Empowering women in engineering is about more than gender equality. It's about harnessing our unique perspectives to drive innovation. Together, we can shape Africa's sustainable future. I thank you.
Mais aplausos, por favor. Acabamos de ouvir a mensagem da senhora Lídia Brito, diretora-geral adjunta para as Ciências Naturais da Unesco, neste 7º Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas, no âmbito da 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia, que decorre aqui em Luanda, capital da República de Angola. Estimadas senhoras e estimados senhores, o momento que se segue é para ficarmos com os vídeos dos nossos patrocinadores desta 10ª edição da Semana Africana de Engenharia. A seguir a este momento, vamos ter uma pausa para o coffee break. Mas, por agora, a vossa atenção para a tela, porque vamos ficar a saber mais dos nossos patrocinadores. Por favor.
Como chegamos até aqui? Progredimos. Capacitamos. Inovamos. Como conseguimos? Com engenharia. juntos continuamos a ir mais além. Por nós, pelo planeta, pelo futuro.
Boa tarde a todos, eu sou Henrique dos Santos, sou diretor regional para comercial, particulares e negócio de Talatona. Portanto, acabamos de terminar o fórum comercial realizado pelo BAI em parceria com a AIA.
Ao desenvolver 25 seminários em todo o território nacional, 17 em províncias e 8 aqui nos municípios do ano.
Tivemos uma sala composta de aproximadamente 70 participantes em representação de 50 empresas. Acreditamos que ter conseguido passar a mensagem de que essas soluções que nós os apresentamos para os associados da AIA podem servir nos vários setores de atividade que as mesmas desenvolvem, desde o setor de confeitaria, desde o setor de alfaiataria. Tivemos aqui empresas muito voltadas ao empreendedorismo nas várias áreas. Portanto, as soluções que nós apresentamos e saímos já com o compromisso com algumas empresas de solicitação de financiamento firmados.
O primeiro exercício de uma empresa, portanto, trata-se aqui de uma relação com uma entidade formal, que é o banco. Naturalmente, a empresa deve reunir toda a documentação desde o ponto de vista legal, portanto, aquilo que são as exigências de legalização das empresas.
Se ainda está em início, deve agarrar-se às entidades do Estado, como o FACA, o FADEPA, ou mesmo um FGC, para começar, porque é o Estado que tem que financiar risco. O banco pode financiar risco, mas um risco muito calculado, e isso cria algum entorpecimento. Até há pouco tempo eram só os bancos, mas agora temos essas entidades, e é por isso que haja essa articulação, para que quando entrarem no banco a pedir financiamento estejam já mais confortados.
Com esses requisitos de uma empresa, ela pode se apresentar ao banco, vai encontrar o checklist, portanto, que é o formulário que o banco coloca à disposição dos clientes, para os clientes apresentarem a sua intenção de investimento no âmbito do crédito que pretendem contratar junto do banco.
Um associado da AIA que saiu do AMBO para vir participar na nossa atividade. Um produtor de mel, portanto, hoje dentro daquilo que são os vários produtos, nós também conseguimos aqui acudir à necessidade de tesouraria e financiamento que os vários empresários que cá tiveram podem apresentar.
Vai confiança no futuro.
Tem escrito o seu futuro dia após dia e as províncias estão cada vez mais próximas. Mais do que uma empresa de engenharia, fiscalização e gestão de obras, contribuímos de maneira objetiva para o desenvolvimento nacional e para a afirmação tecnológica de Angola no ramo da engenharia. Conectamos negócios, erguemos cidades, modernizamos processos, promovemos a sustentabilidade e, o mais importante, aproximamos as pessoas ao que mais de valioso têm. BDM, apostamos no futuro com excelência.
Todos os dias, milhões de pessoas em todo o país dependem da eletricidade para alimentar as suas vidas. E a RNT está orgulhosa por fazer parte desta missão social indispensável. O governo aprovou a Política de Segurança Energética de Angola, que resultou na transformação do setor elétrico, surgindo o segmento de transporte de eletricidade, ou seja, a RNT.
O Executivo criou em janeiro de 2009 uma comissão interministerial, coordenada pelo Ministério do Planeamento, que tinha como missão exatamente isso, fazer o estudo e propor modelo organizacional para garantir a segurança energética nacional.
A RNT, enquanto operador do sistema, tem a funcionalidade de controlar, coordenar todo o sistema elétrico público, desde a produção, transporte e distribuição.
Criamos uma infraestrutura técnica sólida, investimos em novas tecnologias e garantimos parcerias estratégicas para garantir o sucesso da nossa missão.
Continuaremos a investir no ser humano como principal agente do desenvolvimento, no acesso à água potável e energia elétrica.
Em 2019, concluímos o nosso primeiro grande projeto, uma enorme linha de transmissão que conectou as regiões Norte e Centro, que trouxe eletricidade para milhares de famílias e empresas.
O principal desafio neste momento da RNT é fazer chegar a rede nacional de transporte a todas as províncias do país. Neste momento já temos 10 províncias interligadas, o que nós chamamos de sistema interligado, faltando ligar o sistema nacional, da rede nacional, as 4 províncias do sul, a Huila, Namibe, Cunene e Pantobango, as 3 províncias do leste, a Lunda Norte, Lunda Sul e o Mochico, e a província de Cabinda. O segundo, integramos no mercado regional da SADC e sermos uma empresa de referência.
Juntos, podemos alcançar a satisfação social desejável.
RNT, transportando energia, ligamos o país.
Aplausos, por favor. Acompanhamos aqui os vídeos dos patrocinadores desta 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia. Hoje estamos no 7º Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas. No primeiro momento já olhamos aqui para várias apresentações e dissertações. Muito bem, tal como anunciamos, vamos agora para um pequeno momento de networking. Vamos mesmo fazer uma pausazinha e estamos a falar de cerca de 15 minutos e depois retornamos à sala para continuarmos com a sessão. A sessão a seguir será relacionado ao empoderamento das mulheres na engenharia para a construção de um futuro sustentável em África. O momento agora é para uma pausa, networking, 15 minutos, por favor. Até já.
No, I might not cry. No, I might not cry. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government's yard in Trenchtown, observing the hypocrites as they would mingle with the good people we meet. good friends we have or good friends we've lost along the way.
I am masculine, I am anything I want. I can teach you, I can love.
We're gonna return just now. Please take a seat. Vamos entrando, por favor, e cada um de nós tomar o respectivo lugar. We can take a seat, please.
When we used to sit in the government's yard in Trenchtown, observing
10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia, 8ª Conferência Africana de Engenharia. Hoje estamos no Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras da África. Em paralelo a esta sessão decorre, portanto, uma outra, numa sala adjacente a esta, onde, no entanto, estão crianças e outros jovens a olhar para os vários meandros e temas relacionados à engenharia. Na sessão de hoje vamos ter aqui outros temas, destaque para o empoderamento das mulheres na engenharia, para a construção de um futuro sustentável em África. Seguir-se-á a apresentação de um artigo técnico, práticas de resolução alternativa de disputa de engenharia africana, na resolução de alguns problemas de infraestruturas. Enquanto isso, vamos convidar para aqui o painel a engenheira Felícia Hancarn, engenheira Felícia, está na sala. Vai ser a moderadora deste painel. Por favor, you can take a seat, please. Convidamos o engenheiro Martin Nauma, a representar o Dr. Zolana João está a senhora Vânia Pereira, é diretora-geral adjunta, ou diretora adjunta para a área técnica e científica do Gabinete de Gestão do Programa Espacial Nacional, Programa Espacial de Angola. Por favor, também para o painel. Convido a arquiteta Jamila Kassoma. Por favor. Ok, a arquiteta Jamila Kassoma. convidamos a senhora Gemma Matsediso. You can come, please. Vamos ter neste painel a interação virtual com as engenheiras Bridge, também Yetunde, já só na online. Ok. Mas antes que este painel inicie, nós vamos ouvir aqui palavras que seria para o momento que nós encerramos antes do coffee break, que são palavras, no caso, da engenheira Valéria, não sei se já está na sala. Ok, pensamos que está completo aqui o painel. Vamos então dar a palavra à moderadora, a engenheira Felicia. Yeah, you can take.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, fellow professionals, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's Panel 1 discussion on the topic of critical importance to us, empowering women, overcoming gender gap in facilitating business and opportunities for women engineers. As we gather here, we recognize that while significant strides have been made in promoting gender equality, the engineering sector continues to face a persistent gender gap. Women, especially in engineering, remain underrepresented and often face unique challenges in assessing opportunities and advancing their careers. Today's discussion aims to shed light on these issues, explore solutions, and identify actionable steps to empower women in engineering. Our esteemed panelists, who bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, innovative approaches being used to close this gap, whether through policies, mentorship, business facilitation, or education. I believe you and I look forward to an engaging and insightful conversation as we explore how we can collectively contribute to building a more inclusive engineering landscape. We are going to dive into this important discussion and work towards creating lasting change. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce my panelists for today. The first and the only man on my panel list is a man who needs no introduction, Engineer Martin Manuel. Martin is a professional engineer who now serves as the chairman of the Capacity Building Committee of the World Federation of Engineering Organization. Martin is an electrical engineer, energy expert, and consultant engineer. He's the managing consultant for Zimbabwe Africa Infrastructure Development Group, which specializes in engineering procurement and construction project management and consulting engineering. He is a distinguished member of several engineering academies and have won various honors, including the prestigious FAYO Distinguished Fellowship and the FAYO President Special Award. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please welcome Martin. Thank you. The next is Miss Engineer Vania Pereira. Miss Engineer Vania Pereira. Let's give it to the girls, the children. Yes, future engineers. Our future engineers. Thank you. And thank you, coordinators. Engineer Vania Pereira also has been the Deputy General Director for the technical and scientific field of the Angolan Management Office for the National Space Program since 2018. He has been working in the Ministry of Telecommunication, Information Technology, and Social Media for over 15 years. Ms. Vania holds a bachelor's degree in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from the University of Bradford in England, and a master's degree in Mobile and Satellite Communication from the UK. She has, kindly listen to this, she has been specialized by the Russian space agency Roscosmos in the design, architecture, and operation principles of satellites, and is a certified satellite operator, having previously worked as a shift flight director in the Angolan Satellite Mission Control Center. That's a mentor for us. Vania is also a certified UNISEC in the design and assembly of small satellites and has contributed to the development of the Angolan space program, including the training and capacity building of more than 60 specialists at the GGPEN. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Madam. I have two of my panelists online. Media team, if you could help us. The next on my panelist is Ms. Bridget Jobenuku. Ms. Bridget is the founder, executive director of Mentoring Women Ghana, an organization that aims to empower younger women and girls in leadership. She's a certified empowerment trainer and a fellow of the Vital Voices Leadership Network. Listen to this profile too. Bridget ran for the political office as the running mate, that is the vice president, to the flag bearer of the Progressive People's Party in Ghana. She was an aspiring vice president in the year 2016. And in the year 2020, she was a presidential candidate. That's an inspiration. She deserves a round of applause. Bridget is driven by the strong will of the Ghanaian woman to succeed no matter the odds, and has a dream of seeing women in key leadership roles in organizations in Ghana. Ms. Bridget, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please, we can hear you. The next is
great.
Ms. Gemma. Ms. Gemma. Ms. Gemma is an international trade, investment, and agricultural economics with 30 years of experience. She is currently the principal officer for women and youth in trade at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in Accra, Ghana. She holds a master's degree in management of natural resources and sustainable agriculture, a bachelor's degree in agricultural education, and several specialized diploma in trade policy and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Gemma. Last but not the least, I have architect Jamila Kasoma. Architect Jamila Kasoma holds a master's degree in rehabilitation of degraded urban fabrics from the Technical University of Lisbon. She returned to Angola in 2011 to teach architecture at the Methodist University of Angola and work on urban planning and infrastructure projects. She has since concentrated on civil construction and project management at Sonangol, and is now involved in technical consulting, overseeing the Instituto Superior Político Nduma Chiva Tourist Enterprise and Atilia Topo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Architect Jamila Kasoma. Finally, I have another panelist online, Madam Engineer Yetunde Holloway. Yetunde is the immediate past chair of the Women in Engineering Committee of both the World Federation of Engineering Organization and the Federation of African Engineering Organizations. She's a registered engineer with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering of Nigeria and a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a member of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, an associate of Chartered Arbiters UK, and a member of the Institute of Facility Managers. Yetunde holds a degree in civil engineering and a master's from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Her vision includes highlighting the roles of female engineers in achieving SDGs and leaving the world a better place. Engineer Yetunde, please, if you can hear me.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, panelists, you are welcome to the discussion. I'd like to set the ground rules. I believe you already know. So we have 3 rounds of questions, and each panelist will be given 3 minutes. I have a timekeeper. So you see her waving, meaning time to run up. So the first question, I'm going to sit down, but the first round of questions will focus on initiatives taken to close the gender gap. At this time, I'd like to sit. Thank you. My first question, please, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hello.
My first question goes to Martin. Engineer Martin, please. As chair of the Capacity Building Committee of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, what initiatives have you undertaken to ensure member countries facilitate businesses for engineers globally?
Thank you very much. I know I have 3 minutes and you can switch me off. I would have needed 3 hours. My passion for capacity building is overwhelming, and I'm happy to be here and explain some of the initiatives we are undertaking. And I would tell you, if we do not involve women in engineering, we lose 52% of the initiative. I don't want to fail before I begin. So the initiatives are many. One of the biggest ones so far is the Africa Program for Capacity Building. And I'm sure I've been discussing this with the past President Kalien, she's here, before, and Refilwe, you know, my inbox always full. I have this idea, can it work? What governance systems can we put into place? So this capacity building program is a 10-year program that will look into all your dreams. Dream on, ladies, dream on, and come up with projects and programs to build capacity, not on an ad hoc basis, but on a sustainable manner. One of these initiatives that we have already done was through the Department of Science and Innovation South Africa, which is still ongoing. It's to train women and other young engineers in capacity building in water, because municipalities lack water. There are taps, but they're empty. Maintenance is not done well, so we are building that capacity for practitioners, both the professional engineers, technologists, and technicians, to be able to maintain what we have already built. And it's that important for us to then build that capacity to ensure that we have enough engineers, professional engineers, technicians, and technologists to undertake the professions. It's not good enough for us to just come here, fellowship, and go away. We need to go into a project mindset. We need to start building concepts that will build the Africa that we want. So we work together with women engineering and the young engineers. For those that may not know, the capacity building committee was the founding committee for both the young engineers and women in engineers. Then they split because the agenda became bigger. So we are here to learn from you. We are here to ensure that Africa is on the table. It's not on the menu. I think for now I can stop here so that I give other panelists some opportunities to speak.
Thank you very much, Engineer Martin. That's quite deep. And ladies, I believe by the time we leave here, we will have some action points for us to take home for various countries. Thank you very much. Ms. Venya, this goes to you. What initiatives or opportunities can space and engineering programs, like the one you oversee, implement to encourage more women to pursue and advance in engineering careers?
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. This is a very, very good question. Angola is is running now the space program, the national space program, for over 15 years. And there's been a lot going on throughout this time, including, like my colleague here in the panel said, capacity building. And because this is such a new field in the country, and overall we had to become first specialized in different fields through capacity building, we found it a big challenge to have women, especially in the terms of parity to men, to start this capacity building. So what we have done, we have started from recruiting some of the specialists, first of all, to put them in different fields of this area, because it's very broad, but it's very specific. And also we have started some different programs with the, for example, using schools, high schools, basic schools, where we go and through that training that we got throughout these years, we go and we do knowledge transfer, we do capacity building to schools. There is this activity that goes throughout every year, which is the National Space Program, and also the World Space Week. And I believe most countries here also celebrate that. So we use these platforms, and we, girls in ICT, those days that we go into schools, we advocate, we talk about how important it is to get involved in this kind of fields, in the STEM. We try to bring as much of information about space into their lives. We also have managed to build different books, comic books, talking about space to kids. They find it very interesting. They read a little bit about that. And we try to teach them the basics about that. And then all for high schools, we involve them in building small satellites, like little can satellites, where we teach them how the big satellites are used in the normal daily life through the small satellites, that they can pick up different little objects that can build up those small satellites. So we do very practical things even throughout these years. And we have also implemented what is called the ambassadors for space education, where enthusiasts of space, wherever they come, they have no academic background on space, but they come and they get involved, they learn from that, and they go to schools and teach that as well.
Wow, thank you. That's a great initiative. Comic book for the young students?
Yes, for little kids at school, we've made those comic books where they can download it on our website. Okay. It can be digital. and it's in English and in Portuguese, so it's very good that the kids start learning from early age about space.
Thank you very much. Madam Jamila, as an architect, what initiative have you implemented or supported to encourage women to pursue careers in civil construction, engineering, and project management, areas traditionally dominated by men?
Muito bom dia a todos. Antes de mais, agradecer ao convite. Uma arquiteta estar aqui, me sinto muito honrada entre engenheiras, minhas colegas de trabalhos e de lutas. Portanto, nós olhamos para questões pontuais do ponto de vista da nossa instituição de ensino superior, que é o Instituto Superior Politécnico Ndunduma, no Bié, no coração da Angola, e nos deparamos com dados muito duros, muito inquietantes, não é? Que se prendem com a quantidade de mulheres que nós temos inscritos nos nossos cursos de engenharia civil, engenharia agronómica, engenharia informática, entre outros, que se prendem com a engenharia, como a elétrica, e assustou-nos, porque para além da percentagem reduzida de estudantes que se inscrevem, estamos a falar de aproximadamente 10 a 15% dos alunos que nós temos inscritos, que atualmente estão em 2.600 alunos, nos deparamos que a percentagem de mulheres é criticamente inferior. Portanto, nós, do ponto de vista da extensão universitária e da investigação científica, procuramos entender quais os fatores que estão implicados nesses resultados. E, sem dúvida, a elevada taxa de alfabetização do país, em particular da região em que nos inserimos, que ronda em 42% de percentagem de mulheres analfabetas, né? Preocupou-nos esse dado, que é, sem dúvida, uma das principais causas das mulheres nas engenharias. Portanto, mais do que atuar a montante, não é, naquelas que já estão na universidade, no âmbito da extensão universitária, nós decidimos atuar na causa primária, que é o baixo índice de alfabetização na nossa região. Portanto, nós criamos um programa de alfabetização com foco na mulher, que é o programa Okutanga, que na nossa língua, na região do Bié, é o Umbundo, significa estudar, aprender, ensinar. Portanto, desenvolvemos este programa e eu gostaria que me concedessem, mais do que abordar o que ele significa, eu passei um pequeno vídeo à direção, se é possível projetar esse vídeo. Ilustra bem a realidade do programa, que é a alfabetização com rosto de mulher, onde alfabetizamos mulheres zungueiras, e este ano concluímos o primeiro ciclo de 120 mulheres alfabetizadas, que vão entrar agora para o ensino formal. Eu não sei se é possível projetar ou deixaríamos para o final.
Obrigado. Thank you. I was having challenges with
Uma terra acolhedora, de gente humilde e trabalhadora, onde a superação e a vontade de vencer prevalecem. Com uma população estimada em quase 2 milhões de habitantes, sobre o coração de Angola, a província do Bié, incide uma taxa de analfabetismo na ordem dos 40%, sendo que, embora constituindo a maioria da população local, mais de metade das mulheres não sabe ler nem escrever.
Aqui sangue é fresco, aqui sangue é fresco.
Apesar da triste realidade, a mulher biena, conhecida pela sua garra e determinação, sempre foi em busca do pão de cada dia para garantir o sustento de sua família. Surge com isto o fenômeno zungueira, mulheres que todos os dias vão à luta em busca de melhores condições de vida através da venda ambulante.
Normalmente aqui sangue está a andar um pouco. Desde que as crianças estão a comer, não tem problema, um quilo de fubá sai. Do que passar o dia em casa, a sentar, porque a pessoa quando fica em casa fica tipo, tá prendido, ou tá presa. Mulher tem que ser assim, vender, que não depende mais de ninguém.
Entretanto, fatores como não saber ler, escrever e muito menos fazer cálculos básicos não só prejudicam seus pequenos negócios, como também limitam a sua visão sobre o empreendedorismo. O Instituto Superior Politécnico Ndunduma, no âmbito da sua responsabilidade social, cria então o projeto de alfabetização Okutanga, a alfabetização com rosto de mulher, uma história construída no Cuitubié.
Este projeto para o Instituto Superior Politécnico Ndunduma é uma marca no âmbito da sua atividade de extensão universitária.
Como coordenador, eu sinto-me feliz, é uma grande aprendizagem, uma vez que é pela primeira vez que trabalho com essas mamães e tem nos ajudado bastante na busca de mais conhecimento para conseguirmos entender por que essas mamães muitas vezes não aprenderam a ler e escrever e só agora estão a aprender a ler e escrever.
Eu estudei só a primeira, até agora nunca estudei mais, mas eu entrei na escola aqui, escutei que está escrever com as minhas velhas. Eu também vou lá aprender o meu nome, porque esqueci o meu nome. Então, daqui, eu escrevo mesmo o meu nome, sai na cabeça, Generosa Nambuando. E aprendi também o A, E, I, O. E abecedário também, eu mesmo assim falar na boca, sai, mas escrever também sai um pouco.
Eu sei mesmo vender, mas eu os troco às vezes se engano mesmo, entrego o dinheiro a mais. Mas agora, pai, o pai nos ajudou muito, chegamos aqui na escola, já estamos a aprender. Não estamos como aquelas senhoras ainda que nunca entraram na escola, que não conseguiam mesmo fazer mesmo. Agora você encontra um papel na rua, e já sabemos que não. Iniciar mesmo nos advogar, falar isso é X, isso é X. Agora estamos a conseguir mesmo.
Passados quase 3 meses desde o seu lançamento, o projeto conta ainda com o apoio do governo da província, entidades religiosas e sociedade civil.
Agradecer em nome do governo por essas mamães terem aceito estar cá para, em conjunto, conjugarmos o verbo Okutanga.
Por isso queríamos apelar a todos que façamos alguma coisa, não permaneçamos na indiferença diante de todos os nossos irmãos que sofrem.
Quem sabe teremos aqui um dia uma licenciada, ex-zungueira e docente no Instituto Superior Politécnico Ndunduma. Isso é um projeto que estamos a levar com muita responsabilidade e de certeza que isso vai resultar.
Esse fator empreendedorismo na alfabetização poderá ser significativo para o desenvolvimento da província do Bié em particular e de Angola em geral. Muito obrigado.
Programa de alfabetização Okutanga. A alfabetização com o rosto de mulher, uma história construída no Cuitubié.
In your work with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, what initiatives are being developed to help women in agriculture, engineering, and related fields across Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The initiatives that are being done under the African Continental Free Trade Area support women in agriculture. The AFCFTA has come up with 10 value chains. And in these 10 value chains, these are the products that are mostly traded by women, which include cocoa, beans, leather, and other agri-business products, processed products from agriculture. Of course, there's also textile amongst that list, but these 10 are basically products that are mostly traded by women. We also have the Pan-African payment system. This system is to ensure that women, as they do trade, are able to pay in their local currencies. I believe you are aware that for you to pay, especially for cross-border trade, you have to trade in different currencies. And through that, there's a lot of loss of funds because of the conversion. So the Pan-African payment system, which you call it PAPS, is to facilitate women traders to be able to pay using their own local currencies and save a lot of money from transaction costs. We also have a policy under the AFCFTA to ensure that women are included in the national committees. These are committees where policies are discussed, committees where strategies are developed, and committees where regulations are developed. And these regulations affect women. You may be aware that a majority of traders in Africa, especially in the agri sector, is women. A high percentage of businesses in Africa are owned by women, and they fall in the category of the small and medium enterprises. And then under the AFCFTA as well, we have capacity building. And we have partnered with, or we are in collaboration with a number of partners. The International Trade Center is one of those partners where we train women and youth in trade on export readiness, on financial inclusion, or how they can be able to use their finances, as well as in entrepreneurship. So these are what we are doing under the Secretariat. Over and above, we have created different platforms. We have Biashara Africa. Biashara Africa is a business forum under the AFCFTA, where we encourage SMEs, women, youth to register. Currently, the registration for Biashara Africa is open, and it's going to be hosted in Kigali, Rwanda, from the 9th to the 10th of October. And therefore, women, we always have a session on women so that women can come and network, women can come and share, women can be able to meet with different investors, different procuring entities to be able to get business during that. We also have IATF, International Trade Fair, where there are platforms created for women to share information. And then we have Conference on Women in Trade, as well as Youth Symposium. It was interesting to note earlier that there used to be one under engineering which was combined and it was separated. The same thing happened for the AFCFTA. Youth felt that they were not heard, they were overshadowed, and therefore the Conference on Women in Trade and the Youth Symposium were separated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Juma. Madam Engineer Yatsunde, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. This question goes to you. How can a global engineering organization like the World Federation of Engineering Organization better support the career advancement of women engineers, particularly in regions where gender disparity is most pronounced? This question comes to us immediate chair. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How can World Federation of Engineering Organization better support the career advancement of women engineers, particularly in regions where the gender disparity is pronounced? This comes to you by virtue that you were the immediate past chair of the Women in Engineering Committee.
The World Federation of Engineering Organizations in the past 4 years, where I was the chairperson, had the same strategic themes that have been shared today. And the first two particularly look at capacity building, creating a pipeline, creating a pipeline for talent, for a talent pool to ensure that we are continuously encouraging females to study engineering. You've taken me off guard, but I'm going to go back to that afterwards because I'm going to have to take a little bit of time to say something. So, so the first one is about ensuring that the pipeline does not leak, and that there is a constant flow, or there's a constant supply of talent to ensure that, and for the young ones to know that engineering is a career that they can choose. So the the initiatives would include some of the webinars that some webinars, some of which we had, ensuring that reaching out to students worldwide to ensure that students. Sorry, this thing keeps going off. Just a moment, please.
Engineer Tunde, are you there?
Yes, I am. You have, this is not the question I prepared for, so I'm a bit thrown off balance. That's the problem, actually.
Sorry about
this
that.
is not the question I prepared for. So I would have liked to gather my thoughts sufficiently to answer your questions. I don't even have a paper here to even write anything down. That's why I'm asking these questions.
No problem. Yes, you have helped, and I believe that over the years, every time we have the Women Engineers Forum, we do have the session for the children. It's all part of your initiative as past chair, isn't it? That today we have, yes. So we are making strides.
You'll give me a minute also to start from where I planned to start. I wanted to, if you don't mind, Engineer Bishop, I beg your pardon to the audience. Okay. I wanted to observe protocols and to recognize my predecessor and successor, Engineer Valerie and Engineer Enionam, and apologize for my inability to attend this work conference in person. Nonetheless, I have to express appreciation to both sisters for their support, and to let Dr. Enionam know publicly that she has our support, speaking for Valerie and myself, and to wish her every success. I she and the team take the way to greater heights by the grace of God, and to thank her for the award. And I'm happy that some of my initiatives are also being improved upon and continued. So your question, I think I can now go back to your question because you really threw me off balance there. So would you mind again repeating that question so I can see whether I can answer it with a bit of sense? I'm so sorry about this, but I wasn't in that time zone at all, and I'm sorry to take your time.
No problem. Madam Yetunde, we will come back to you. So I'll go to.
Thank you.
I'll go to Madam Bridget. Madam Bridget, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, as the CEO of Mentoring Women Ghana, how do you address the challenges women face in entering and excelling in male-dominated fields? Please, did you get the question?
Oh, yes, I did. Thank you very much. Thanks for. I'd like to say thank you to the Wine Ghana and to all of you dynamic women engineers for giving me this opportunity to speak on this panel. We have had various mentoring programs since Mentoring Women came into existence in 2009, where you ask about women in male-dominated fields. The interesting thing is, and the reality of it in Africa is that, I mean, every sector is male-dominated mainly, except maybe when you go into the area of teaching and nursing. But in all areas, we are still working towards having more women in leadership, be it political or governments, be it private sector, public sector, at executive and board level. And what we do with mentoring women is when the challenges exist and continue to exist, but there are some women who have excelled or are pace setters and in their various fields, and we identify them, we approach them, and we select them to be mentors to the mentees that we select. We have a few programs. We have the Global Mentoring Walk, which we hold every year around International Women's Day to highlight women's leadership and also to highlight the need and the value of mentoring. And what we do around that time is we have a few days of seminars and workshops and a walk where we select mentors from amongst in the past 3 years or so. Wine Ghana has been very involved in it. So we select women at the level of the career, women who are the pace setters and have made a difference or in leadership. And then we use them as mentors for the young ladies who we select from the university level, tertiary level. We pair them based on career choice or areas of interest or areas of study. And sometimes it's just an emotional or social pairing. And based on that, they form a relationship and they start to learn from each other. I say learn from each other because the mentors indeed tend to learn from the mentees as well. But what the mentors do is for a year, they have this relationship and they can carry it on beyond a year. But we are involved for the year to see how they can carry the relationship on the mentor being a guide to the mentee in all the ropes, not simply career, but in totality. Because as women engineers, you are women engineers in a male-dominated field, but indeed, you have lives, you have, families, you play roles in your communities, and you have to combine that with your being engineers. So you share that part of your life with a mentee, and they learn from you. So we have the Global Mentoring Walk, which is held, like I said, around International Women's Day. It's not Ghanaian, it's only a Ghanaian initiative. As you heard from my intro, I am a Vital Voices Fellow. So this has been a Vital Voices program that has been run since 2008, and we run it every year. I think our 15th year was this year in March. It's interesting how, as the saying goes, you cannot become what you haven't seen. So when these ladies get exposed, when the young ladies get exposed to women like you, 1 minute you are wearing your hard hat and your reflective jacket and your safety boots, and yet the next minute you are in your house cooking. It's very inspiring for them. And we believe that some of these initiatives actually work to change the impression of women who may want to pursue a career in a supposed male-dominated field and have always wondered how to balance it or how to work it. So those of you who have been pace setters, and I must commend all of you who have been pace setters in these fields, are role models and are mentors. And it is this that we use to counter some of the challenges that they face at that level. We also have another that we do for girls.
Madam Bridget,
we need to run up, so please, if you could conclude. Yes, please.
We have one called The Next Step for girls at the SHS senior high school level. And for them, it's called The Next Step because we want to encourage them to the tertiary level. They must pursue higher education, not end their education at senior high school. And these ones we take from the senior high school and let them spend a week with the mentees who were in the Global Mentoring Program. But these mentees have now become mentors to a lower level of girls in senior high school.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for such insightful discussion. on the second round of questions, we'll be looking at strategies in overcoming the gender gap. Now we'll start with Madame Venia. From your experience managing complex engineering projects, how can organizations create more inclusive environments that support and elevate women in engineering?
Thank you once again. Sorry. I'll answer based on the reality in my institution. We are an institution of about 64 people, of which we have 15 women, which is very few, and we can see there is a need to work a lot on the gender gap there. But even with this number, we have managed to promote their work, motivate them by using different strategies, like putting them in some, especially those who are really talented. We recognize their talent, put them in some areas of responsibilities, of management as well, running different areas and fields that they would not feel so comfortable in the first place doing. But because the leaders from the top have a wider vision, because it's very important that it starts from the leaders from the top, whether it's a male or female, because they are the decision makers and they are the ones who see the whole forest and not just one tree. So it's very important that when they see those talents, they don't hide it just because it's a female, but because of their own talent, they push them to go and lead these different fields. That's what we do in these different areas. We also promote and indulge them to go into further their studies, just like my colleague there in the panel said, pursue their studies, not just stop where they are. We encourage also that they go in, even if it's not academic-wise, but at least some trainings, different kind of training, technical trainings. We also go to push some women who are outside our work field to come and do some placement, industrial placement in our work field, so that they can see how is the work environment and eventually be hired. Recently, we have just hired six ambassadors of space education who have just been enthusiastic about space, and now they are now in our company working, doing placement, of which 6 are women. 3 are women of the 6, 3 are women. Also, we try to diversify in the different fields that we have. For example, in the areas of space application services, in the area of satellite operators, we try to place at least 1 or 2 women there to close that gender gap as well. And those who don't have that experience, we train them. We give them some induction to the point that they can feel comfortable in that field, and they start gaining passion for it. So this is also another way that we indulge them and promote their, because sometimes we also have this challenge that women, because they also have the private life, husband, kids, sometimes they find it very difficult to compromise both or to complement one and the other. And we see there's a big challenge there. We have had some challenges where we actually lost some women by them having to let go of the job because they had to pursue or follow their husbands. They wanted to go somewhere else, or the husband wasn't happy that she was working that late or with such a hard work. So we had to then find ways that their families could get involved in different activities that we had or we have still, like Angotic, which is Angola ICT Forum, where we bring a lot of women to work, to do some training as well, and to be there to do some exposures with their work, whatever they do. So we ask them to bring their family to see what they are doing there, so they can get involved. And this also promotes a better environment, and the husbands and the family don't feel left out and feel like they have to leave their jobs because of that.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful. That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. That's some great initiatives you are doing there. Thank you so much. Madam Jamila, as a promoter of your institution, how are you working to create more opportunities for women in architecture and construction in Angola?
Muito obrigado mais uma vez. Portanto, eu comecei por apresentar a iniciativa das mulheres zungueiras, que é uma iniciativa que vai culminar na construção do Centro para o Empoderamento de Mulheres, onde, para além da alfabetização, pretendemos inserir também as tecnologias de informação. Nos preocupa em África o atraso que temos enquanto continente, enquanto país, face àquilo que é o desenvolvimento global. Portanto, para essas senhoras, por exemplo, a nossa perspectiva é acelerar o desenvolvimento delas. Claro que muitas poderão não passar por ensino superior formal, mas a ideia é muni-las de ferramentas-chave para que consigam emancipar-se e também promover o desenvolvimento das suas filhas e dos seus filhos. Para além disso, também nós temos um programa de Mentes Brilhantes, que é um programa que visa, pela meritocracia, atribuir bolsas aos nossos estudantes, aos nossos melhores cérebros na nossa região central, no BIE. E eu fiquei bastante feliz porque a melhor aluna da nossa instituição é uma engenheira de informática, uma jovem engenheira, com notas brilhantes. E nessa perspectiva das bolsas de méritos, nós também desenvolvemos parcerias com instituições estratégicas. Uma delas é a Huawei, em função do conjunto de formações que têm de capacitação para os nossos engenheiros, para as nossas engenheiras, e também na perspectiva de poderem auxiliar-nos então em criar outras habilidades às nossas mamães zungueiras. Para além da Huawei, também temos a parceria com o Ministério da Educação, nesse programa que apresentei inicialmente. O Ministério, na direção de Educação de Jovens e Adultos, possui um programa de aceleração que vai permitir, ou está a permitir, que as primeiras 120 mulheres que nós alfabetizamos sejam inseridas no modelo formal de ensino. Portanto, abre-se aqui uma janela. Outra é a parceria que temos com o Banco IETO, na perspectiva de concederem microcréditos para essas mulheres. Portanto, são diversas iniciativas que nós temos, em particular com foco na mulher. E a nossa perspectiva é que, de facto, a semelhança que acontece um bocadinho lá fora, do ponto de vista da instituição de ensino superior, nós possamos contribuir para o desenvolvimento, primeiramente, da nossa região, do BIE, do centro, e de forma global de Angola e de África. O desafio não é pequeno, porque, como mostrei ao início, por isso é que começamos pela alfabetização. Sobretudo para a mulher temos imensos entraves. A colega de painel mencionou o modelo de família, a estrutura de família que nós possuímos em África, em que a mulher muitas das vezes é relegada para as funções primárias. Primeiro, é preciso mudar a nossa forma de olhar para a família, para o valor da mulher. E aqui eu referencio o meu próprio pai, que é alguém que não se formou de nível superior, mas criamos uma instituição de ensino superior. E é alguém que abraça essa iniciativa de empoderamento das mulheres. E eu cito por uma questão muito simples. É preciso que os homens, em particular, apoiem as suas esposas, apoiem as suas filhas a quebrarem um bocadinho alguns paradigmas que nós criamos e que são, certamente, eu não tenho a menor dúvida, uma limitação ao desenvolvimento. É só ver que, no caso de Angola, grande parte da economia, e sobretudo a informal, é desenvolvida por mulheres. Do ponto de vista da produção agrícola, grande parte da produção agrícola, ainda que familiar, é desenvolvida por mulheres. Sem falar também por questões de, se calhar, engenharia rudimentar ali nas aldeias, que são desenvolvidas por mulheres. Então, é importante esse olhar, em particular as mulheres. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Jamar. Please. Question goes to you. How can international trade policies be leveraged to empower women engineers and entrepreneurs? How can international trade policies leverage to empower women engineers?
Thank you very much. Under the AFCFTA, maybe to just highlight that the AFCFTA is a state party-based organization, which means that all the 55 countries of Africa are involved. Now, there was a call from our heads of state and government that there should be inclusiveness of women and youth in trade. And in all the policies, legislation, and strategies related to development of our countries. Now, the AFCFTA took it a step further and created a protocol on women and youth in trade. The protocol was adopted by the AU Assembly in February 2024. This protocol facilitates that, or is to ensure that there is inclusivity of women and youth in trade. Further to this, under the AFCFTA, we have the Protocol on Trade and Services. As you are aware that engineering is a service, and this Protocol on Trade and Services ensures that all professional services, including engineering, are also included under the AFCFTA. And further to that, there are negotiations on mutual recognition, whereby women can be able to provide their service, or they can be able to trade across the border in engineering to ensure that their qualifications are mutually recognized in countries or areas where they would like to trade. These are the negotiations that are ongoing. And further, we have the Guided Trade Initiative on Trade and Services. The Guided Trade Initiative is a strategic approach to initiate commercially significant trade under the AFTA, under the AFCFTA preferences. We started with goods, and now we have moved into services. We also have the protocol on digital trade. There's a lot that is happening with engineering on digitally. And therefore, we have a protocol on digital trade to ensure that there is still inclusiveness of women, especially in services sector like engineering. Women in engineering are involved in digital trade. I indicated earlier that a lot of women fall under the SME category. The protocol on digital trade is to ensure that women engineers are economically and financially included under the AFCFTA. And these are the protocols that facilitate inclusion in trade policies of women engineers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jima. Madam Yetunde, I must sincerely apologize for taking you off. I think I had a challenge with the questions that I had. I don't know what happened. I am sincerely sorry about that. Please, I would like to ask you this question. In the previous past, you had a wine webinar in collaboration with the AFCFTA. Please, can you share with us the key lessons learned about the challenges and opportunities for women engineers from that webinar?
Thank you. It's okay. I was just question. The webinar that we had was not in collaboration with the AFCT. It was actually an initiative of the Women in Engineering Committee, and I think that's where we first met. The key lesson to be learned from that webinar is that AFTA is for all Africans, regardless of gender, nationality, tribe, or race. It's for all Africans. You know, and I'll quote at this stage Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, who said Africa is open for business. The days of aid are over. We are now on the highway of boosting Africa's prosperity and through greater trade investment without borders among our nations. This was as far back as 2018, but it subsists today. So the lesson, and on a related note, Nigeria officially launched its participation in the African. I'm sure the lady from AFTA can also tell us that. I agree with that. its first participation in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement with its first shipments. And there were 10 companies that are exporting products to 5 African countries. And one of the exporters was a woman, Chingwe Zenwa, in the look fashion accessories. It's also noteworthy that the things that Africa's asset is its people. And we have about 1.4 billion human people in Africa now. And by any standard, this is a huge labor force and simultaneously a large market we tap into. And we have a combined GDP of about 3.4 trillion, which can create value chains. And I can see that AFTA is working towards that value chains capable of changing Africa's role as a provider of raw materials. These are some of the points they made. But because of time, I'll just remind Engineer Martin, because he was on the panel, that panel. There was a lawyer, Martin Bulaya, I think he used to work with the OAU, a lawyer, and there's a fourth person, and then a finance trade expert, export finance expert. And one of the things that Martin said that was very interesting was that we do need to have a platform for female engineers who are interested in an African-wide platform. He called it the Her, We, After platform, and should be created to address the challenges that women face in inter-African trade and to come up with solutions on how to ensure their success in the after. I want to suggest that we take the initiative here, create the platform, or work with the after personnel here, and then we invite other professionals so that all can take advantage of the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Yetunde. Engineer Martin, your name was mentioned that you helped with the capacity building. So could you share with us any success stories of that webinar that you had? Success stories.
Key takeaways are that even from this discussion is that as women yourselves do not have ceilings. You talk of glass ceilings. Who built that ceiling? It's yourselves. Smash it so that you dream and be what you are. That platform, it's obviously something that we are working on the Africa Capacity Building Program. Now other countries outside Africa are interested, but we need to keep the ownership. This is why I said young engineers and women in engineering should be part of the Africa Capacity Building Program so that you can design your future. Do you know that the future is designed? They build the future. They will tell you they want you to use fossil fuels for 50 years because they know their capacity so that they control you. Why can't you design your future and build it so that you control the world? I will tell you this. We were young parents. My daughter, Clara, firstborn, was born. And we had challenges. The mother would want to buy her dolls, and I said, no, I buy cars. I buy those other toys, bicycles, which she broke every time and fixed. And I said, look, as parents, let us empower the kid to break whatever they can break. And it built into an engineer, a very interesting engineer now working in Switzerland. And it was because of the encouragement that the battles as a family we had. I'm very proud about your statement that you must build a community around building and designing the future that you want. Don't do this, don't do this. Don't give them that freedom to design the future that we want. So going forward, as Africa, we need to work in a structured way. I'm happy the MRIs have been mentioned with AFTAC, and my president, Papias, has signed an agreement with the FATA. We also have an agreement with the AU, and Unesco are part of our family. Let us leverage on those agreements and then work as a team, as a critical mass of Africans, so that we are heard, your voice is heard. Right now, there's the Summit of the Future. How many of you are going to be there in New York to define the next 30 years? Hands up. new. So we have lost out. Let us regain that momentum. And as President Refiliwe take over, claim your space in these world decision-making bodies. Right now, Africa is a priority in the UN. Africa. But who are leading those priorities? People from China, people from France, from Europe. Where are you, my sisters? Please be on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. We have just 20 minutes. I'll just ask two questions. Then if we have any questions in the audience, other than that, we'll just move on. Madam Bridget. Madam Bridget.
Yes.
Good. Can you please share any success stories from your work?
Sure, yes. So, as I said, we started mentoring Women Ghana in 2008. There's one of my success stories who's among you, actually. I don't know if she's there. But one of our mentees in 2008, who became an engineer, is engineer Sheila Achia, who went on. I myself am a product of mentoring, and there's a program called the Global Women's Mentoring Partnership. It's sponsored by Fortune and the U.S. States Department, and therefore, after Sheila had participated in our mentoring program, I recommended her to also participate in the global mentoring work. And I think that she has been the one actually to establish this relationship between WINE Ghana and Mentoring Women Ghana. So that is one of them. I mean, if we should bring it home personally. But our vision really is to have a community of women who mentor others. So a community of women mentoring others into leadership. And we have that. We have a platform we communicate on. But today, as I said, we have mentees, not only Sheila, but mentees who participated in 2009 have grown, become career women, and are mentors to today's mentees. So they've become the mentors of today. And this is what we are trying to grow. This is one of our biggest successes. I think that when you go around our country and our city, you'll find that there are young women who are now in career who will tell you they have testimonials as to what mentoring has done for them, mentoring Women Ghana and mentoring, being paired with a mentor, what part their mentor has played in their career choice, in their career path, and their career growth, and indeed in their personal lives as well. So these successes are very encouraging for us. We do know that when women decide to pay forward what they have achieved, their experiences and their successes, pay forward into the lives of other women, it helps in building a strong community of women leaders. And these are some of our successes. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, and I know Sheila, and she's doing very well in Ghana. Yes. Madam Yetunde, we've talked about capacity building, women mentoring themselves. Could you please give some recommendations to ensure the continuity and sustainability of these capacity building programs for women engineers? Any recommendations?
Thank you. The recommendations that we'll be looking at would be to ensure that there's continuity. There's a global problem with gender diversity in engineering, and it poses a skill shortage. So there's a need for constant diversity and capacity building, training and retraining people to understand the need that when women are left out, you are leaving out half of your profits, half of your success, and what other factors are coming. The gender lens is very important in the future of engineering, and for that reason, there's a need to continue building capacity and training women. and also to look at leadership and empowerment. So in countries where the gender, where the gap is high, probably particularly Africa, one of the things that I always has been mentioned at this forum today is the gender engineering indicators, and that is the starting point for us to make progress in Africa. The gender engineering indicators will tell us who, why, what, and where, and that will help us to know what kind of training to give people to let people know that engineering is a career of choice for girls, because in some cultures they don't believe that women can do engineering. So when we have figures, then we know which communities to go to where to direct our efforts and what efforts we have made over the year. So I think strategies going forward. Somebody's asking about strategies going forward.
Okay. Please, are you there? I think we are having a touch with it.
Yes. I thought I was interrupted by a call. I'm sorry about that. So gender disaggregated indicators, which is the strategic theme 3, very important in defining the kind of capacity building that is needed in each region. You know, when we are able to see what the figures are according to area, then we are and the kind of engineering that is affecting the most, then we are able to have specific capacity building programs for each region, and not just a slam dunk capacity building program that doesn't meet needs of different people. So we can have evidence-informed planning and policy making. And that's what I'll talk about capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My last question to you, Madam Engineer Venya. Could you reiterate some of the success stories in your organization? Yes, I can. There are several, actually, and one of them is actually me. I think what I can say is because I was given an opportunity by a male manager who looked not just at the outside, but he looked at my competences, and he put that as the primary reason why I should take up this role. And based on that, even against all doubts, people around doubting that I could make it, I could do it, I was capable of doing it, even in high heels. So sometimes women in engineering have to always think that they don't need to wear flat shoes to show they are engineers. They don't have to just wear pants. They can be women and they can be engineers as well, all at once. So this is what we have to bring up all the time. We cannot hide what we are. We cannot hide our essence. And in saying that, it's very important that we can become role models for other women, other girls, from schools, starting up from schools, even from crash, because sometimes we start off by, in small little kids, we give them little dolls, kitchens to play with, and the boys, we gave them games, things that boost their critical thinking. But girls, we nurture their motherhood thinking. But it's very important that we start from early age by changing that stereotype from the very early age. Sometimes we do it in a very unaware form, but now we have to be more aware of this. This can also boost girls' confidence in boosting their critical thinking, in boosting their logical thinking, and in creating this environment for them to pursue those engineering fields. And also, but based on that, we also have had different opportunities to boost those girls that we have in the work field. For example, we have in situations where there is opportunities for promotion, opportunities for being acknowledged internationally. We try as much as possible to put the names of the girls inside as well, to nominate them, to indicate them as one of them. and not just the males who are there, who have also put a lot of effort as well. But we try to bring that, and in saying that, we have had now two girls who have been recognized as the top 10 under the age of 30, who have become the most influential young leaders in Africa. So, and also we have now had like those 6 ambassadors that we have said who are ambassadors for space education. They have now created a big networking for other girls to also learn a bit more about space, about engineering. And these are some of the stories of success that we have, and we are now fighting to get more stories of success throughout this journey of space in Angola.
Thank you so much. I believe we've all enjoyed the discussion. We have less than 10 minutes to go. Participants, do you have any recommendation, any questions for my panelists? No questions, no suggestions, no recommendations. Oh, sorry, Valerie. Have to. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm happy that the president of FAO is just walking in, and the president-elect is here. Engineer Martins, I want to thank you for what you've been doing in capacity building. But I'm just looking at the 3 women sitting beside you and the other 2 who have been part of this discussion. We've heard a lot of success stories. And is there something definitive we can really put on ground? Because we keep saying we are building capacity, we are building capacity. Just like one of our strategic plans is the strategic indicators, we haven't been able to get a data for what we have done and how much capacity we have built in women engineers across Africa. I love the success story, but I think we need to be more definitive now. Can we, looking at this, give ourselves a time frame to put something on ground, especially in building entrepreneurship in women? We all look out for the white-collar job. We have a lot of women engineers out there waiting to be employed. But we know that we can actually build entrepreneurship through trainings and giving them opportunities. Like now, FAO has the MOUs with so many organizations, AFTA and so others. So we could, AU and others with the, I think it's the 2060 plan, be able to put women at the center of it, something definitive. I'm saying within the next 2, 3, 4 years, we want to be able to train at least 20 women engineers in 4 different fields of engineering: agriculture, civil work, water, because I know you have a good training on water, and then maybe one other area. It could even be in power, energy. Let these people, with the renewable energy in space, let's be able to develop women in these 4 areas. Can we do something more strategic so that we can tell our success stories? And then it makes more sense talking capacity building, and we are not coming out to our conferences to showcase women who have, because of the capacity building we've been doing, have achieved this success. Just my thought, and I think we should consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie. This coming from the founder of this very conference that we are in is a big challenge. What we have done is, as a committee, a STC committee, working together with the young engineers and women in engineering, is to come up with the concept note of the Africa program for capacity building. And this will be unpacked in detail. I think President Mustafa spoke briefly to it. So these targets and strategic thinking is important. One, when I was president of FAYO, we put into place the diversity and inclusivity policy. I'm not sure if that has been implemented fully, and I challenge President Papias and Refiliwe to look into it and implement it. It has all this cardinal inclusivity. For instance, in a panel like this, there should be a minimum requirement for gender equity, for youth participation, and for all those ideas to come into play. No one has a monopoly of ideas. So implementing our policies that we set ourselves is number one. And then number two, setting up strategic plans is important. And taking advantage of international priorities. Like now, Africa is the priority at the international level, but that's not been led by Africans. I challenged you. So let's participate in those and do our representation in a focused way. That's number one. And then number two, let's remove the apathy. For instance, we come here, we talk, we go, nothing happens. We call for meetings, nobody attends. We then wait for another Africa Engineering Week, we talk again. Then we become talk shows. So let us even get rid of talk shows and now start the action and activities. So the challenge is taken. We are inviting you to come in and participate. I thank you so much.
Thank you. And on that note, the take-home is let's stop the talk shows and move into action. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. We are grateful. Thank you.
Wait a few minutes, please. Aplausos, por favor, para este momento. Como tem sido habitual desde o período matinal, vamos observar a entrega de certificados a todas integrantes, a todos, no caso, integrantes deste painel. Please, you can just give. A entrega de um diploma e um brinde, tudo à volta desta 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia, 8ª Conferência Africana de Engenharia, hoje o Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas. Vai receber este primeiro diploma, está aqui o engenheiro Martin. Mais aplausos, por favor. Doutor Zolana está a ser representado pela doutora Vânia. Mais aplausos, por favor. Engenheira Bridge. Miss. Okay. She's online. Ok. Vamos aplaudir na mesma. Participaram no painel online e certamente vai chegar a certificação. Tem alguém que poderá receber em nome da engenheira Bridge, que participou em videoconferência. Aplausos, por favor. Vamos agora observar a entrega do certificado. Engenheira Yetunde, que também está em online, é aqui a ser representada. Aplausos. Agora para a arquiteta Kassoma. Aplausos, por favor. Aqui o diploma e um brinde. Agora a engenheira Dima. Miss. Aplausos, por favor. Is that doctor? No, a engenheira Felícia, né, a moderadora. Aplausos, por favor. Vamos aplaudir. Mas a título representativo, receber aqui o diploma.
UNESCO rep here, if you can come and receive a certificate on her behalf. Thank you.
Ok. Aqui o certificado da doutora Lídia Brito, que esteve no painel no período matinal, que apresentou a mensagem em representação à Unesco. Aplausos, por favor. Doutora Jurelma Salgado. Ok. Foi, de resto, a MC também no período da manhã. Aplausos. É o reconhecimento a todas as mulheres e homens que neste fórum de mulheres engenheiras têm estado a participar com interação e dissertação. Por favor, queiram retomar os assentos. Mais aplausos. Está fraco. Só as engenheiras. Aplausos. Agora sim. Estamos presentes na sala final. Muito obrigado. Vamos agora, antes de seguirmos para o intervalo, convido a vossa atenção para ouvirmos a doutora Ana Maria de Oliveira, é embaixadora de Angola na Unesco, para uma mensagem que se impõe neste Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas, enquadrado na 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia, que a capital de Angola, Luanda, acolhe desde ontem, um evento que se vai estender até sexta-feira. Por favor, para os nossos aplausos, a embaixadora de Angola na Unesco, doutora Ana Maria de Oliveira.
Muito bom dia a todos. Conforme o nosso mestre de cerimónia já informou, eu sou Ana Maria Oliveira, a embaixadora de Angola junto da Unesco. Queria, em primeiro lugar, agradecer à organização deste evento pela gentileza do convite que nos foi endereçado e quão interessante tem estado a ser esta nossa participação neste evento. Queria agradecer a todos, eu vou falar em português porque é a língua em que me expresso melhor e penso que há a tradução simultânea e será fácil entendermos. Queria um particular agradecimento ao engenheiro Paulino Neto, ao representante da Unesco na África Austral, ao representante da União Africana, a todas as ordens de engenheiros que estão aqui presentes, aos senhores engenheiros e engenheiras aqui presentes. Queria informar que Angola assumiu no ano de 2023 a presidência do Grupo África na Unesco. Esta experiência levou-nos a um contacto mais direto com as preocupações da Unesco com relação à prioridade África. A prioridade, como sabem, há 54 países africanos junto da Unesco, que formam o Grupo África, e esse grupo de 54 Estados-membros é subdividido em regiões. Há um alinhamento muito direto com as preocupações da Unesco com relação à prioridade da África e os assuntos que estamos a tratar nesta conferência sobre engenharia no futuro. A estratégia operacional da Unesco para a prioridade da África tem 5 programas principais. Destes 5, há 3 que se coadunam mais com esta experiência que estamos a viver e, sobretudo, a participação da mulher, neste caso, da mulher engenheira. Como a mulher engenheira tem uma importância particular no desenvolvimento dos seus países, na aplicação de políticas e no entrosamento com aquilo que são as realidades de cada país. Então, o primeiro programa FAR da Unesco com relação à prioridade da África tem a ver com o reforço do ensino superior em África. Portanto, estamos a estabelecer uma relação direta com aquilo que temos estado a falar aqui com relação à capacity building, à alfabetização da mulher, como acabamos de ouvir, o empoderamento e outros programas que têm a ver com o desenvolvimento. O programa, este é o primeiro ponto que tem uma relação direta com esta experiência que estamos a viver aqui agora. O segundo ponto tem a ver com a história geral da África. Nós somos engenheiros, somos arquitetos, somos antropólogos, temos todas as formações, mas basicamente nós temos uma identidade cultural que nos coloca perante a nossa sociedade e as demais sociedades com uma postura específica. E a nossa formação deve sempre evidenciar a nossa raiz, a nossa matriz, a nossa identidade cultural. O terceiro ponto, que também tem muita relação com esta questão, é a promoção do património cultural e o desenvolvimento das capacidades. Como sabem, se um engenheiro ou um arquiteto conceber uma obra que tenha como fundamento a sua identidade cultural, a sua cidade, a sua sociedade, o seu bairro, o seu local de residência, terá uma visualização específica, uma visualização particular. Portanto, este apelo à remissão à nossa realidade cultural é muito importante para todas as áreas profissionais, em especial para os engenheiros que estão aqui reunidos a tratar de questões tão importantes para o desenvolvimento das nossas sociedades. O quarto ponto da prioridade África da Unesco tem a ver com colocar as novas tecnologias e as tecnologias emergentes ao serviço do desenvolvimento sustentável em África, especialmente no âmbito da aplicação da recomendação sobre ética inerente à inteligência artificial. falaram aqui os senhores engenheiros em vários assuntos que têm a ver com a aplicação da inteligência artificial, e a ética deve estar subjacente ao desenvolvimento dessas tecnologias. Um quinto e último ponto do programa FAR da Unesco, com relação à prioridade da África, tem a ver com o reforço da ciência aberta, do desenvolvimento das capacidades em ciências fundamentais e aplicadas, assim como a pesquisa científica para apoiar a inovação e o desenvolvimento de recursos e tecnologias nos domínios das ciências oceânicas, da resiliência face às mudanças climáticas e da gestão dos recursos em água, mares, rios, em África. Como veem, há uma amplitude enorme das preocupações da Unesco que têm a ver com a realidade africana e as preocupações de África, para os quais os engenheiros são chamados a encontrar soluções para as ocorrências e as solicitações que lhes são feitas muito diretamente. Resta-me apelar aos engenheiros, a homens e mulheres e homens, para as novas dinâmicas e os desafios do desenvolvimento em África. É uma responsabilidade individual e coletiva, e para a qual este exercício conjunto que se está a fazer durante esta semana é muito importante. A sensibilidade feminina, um apelo muito especial para as questões que tenham a ver com a mulher engenheira e os desafios que se colocam para o desenvolvimento do nosso continente. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção e boa conferência. Muito obrigada.
Vamos novamente aplaudir, por favor. A doutora Ana Maria de Oliveira é a embaixadora de Angola junto da Unesco. Prezados conferencistas, estamos a caminhar para o fim desta primeira parte. Então, prezados conferencistas, vamos agora seguir para um intervalo, no sentido de irmos ao almoço. No período da tarde, depois do almoço, vamos ter outros momentos, como a apresentação de um artigo técnico, e depois teremos um outro painel relacionado ao ensino e formação em engenharia. Também o painel será constituído por engenheiras e engenheiros. A todos, muito obrigado pela atenção e bom apetite ao almoço. Podemos seguir para o almoço.
On behalf of the Women in Engineering Committee, we want to thank you all for your patience with us. We've had a very interesting session, and please enjoy your lunch, and let's be back immediately at 2 o'clock to have the final session. Thank you very much.
Como conseguimos? Com engenharia. juntos continuamos a ir mais além. Por nós, pelo planeta, pelo futuro.
Boa tarde a todos, eu sou Henrique dos Santos, sou diretor regional para comercial, particulares e negócio de Talatona. Portanto, acabamos de terminar o fórum comercial realizado pelo BAI em parceria com a AIA.
Ao desenvolver 25 seminários em todo o território nacional, 17 em províncias e 8 aqui nos municípios do ano.
Tivemos uma sala composta de aproximadamente 70 participantes em representação de 50 empresas. Acreditamos que ter conseguido passar a mensagem de que essas soluções que nós hoje apresentamos para os associados da AIA podem servir nos vários setores de atividade que as mesmas desenvolvem, desde o setor de confeitaria, desde o setor de alfaiataria. Tivemos aqui empresas muito voltadas ao empreendedorismo nas várias áreas. Portanto, as soluções que nós apresentamos e saímos já com o compromisso com algumas empresas de solicitação de financiamento firmados.
O primeiro exercício de uma empresa é, portanto, trata-se aqui de uma relação com uma entidade formal, que é o banco. Naturalmente, a empresa deve reunir toda a documentação desde o ponto de vista legal, portanto, aquilo que são as exigências de legalização das empresas.
Se ainda está em início, deve agarrar-se às entidades do Estado, como um FACA, um FADEPA, ou mesmo um FGC, para começar, porque é o Estado que tem que financiar risco. O banco pode financiar risco, mas um risco muito calculado, e isso cria algum entorpecimento. Até há pouco tempo eram só os bancos, mas agora temos essas entidades, e é por isso que haja essa articulação, para que quando entrarem no banco a pedir financiamento estejam já mais confortados.
Com esses requisitos de uma empresa, ela pode se apresentar ao banco, vai encontrar o checklist, portanto, que é o formulário que o banco coloca à disposição dos clientes, para os clientes apresentarem a sua intenção de investimento no âmbito do crédito que pretendem contratar junto do banco.
Um associado da AIA que saiu do AMBO para vir participar na nossa atividade. Um produtor de mel, portanto, hoje, dentro daquilo que são os vários produtos, nós também conseguimos aqui acudir à necessidade de tesouraria e financiamento que os vários empresários que cá tiveram podem apresentar.
Vai confiança no futuro.
Angola tem escrito o seu futuro dia após dia e as províncias estão cada vez mais próximas. Mais do que uma empresa de engenharia, fiscalização e gestão de obras, contribuímos de maneira objetiva para o desenvolvimento nacional e para a afirmação tecnológica de Angola no ramo de engenharia. Conectamos negócios, erguemos cidades, modernizamos processos, promovemos a sustentabilidade e, o mais importante, aproximamos as pessoas ao que mais de valioso têm. BDM, apostamos no futuro com excelência.
Todos os dias, milhões de pessoas em todo o país dependem da eletricidade para alimentar as suas vidas. E a RNT está orgulhosa por fazer parte desta missão social indispensável. O governo aprovou a Política de Segurança Energética de Angola, que resultou na transformação do setor elétrico, surgindo o segmento de transporte de eletricidade, ou seja, a RNT.
O Executivo criou em janeiro de 2009 uma comissão interministerial, coordenada pelo Ministério do Planeamento, que tinha como missão exatamente isso, fazer o estudo e propor um modelo organizacional para garantir a segurança energética nacional.
A RNT, enquanto operador do sistema, tem a funcionalidade de controlar, coordenar todo o sistema elétrico público, desde a produção, transporte e distribuição.
Criamos uma infraestrutura técnica sólida investimos em novas tecnologias e garantimos parcerias estratégicas para garantir o sucesso da nossa missão.
Continuaremos a investir no ser humano como principal agente do desenvolvimento, no acesso à água potável e energia elétrica.
Em 2019, concluímos o nosso primeiro grande projeto, uma enorme linha de transmissão que conectou as regiões Norte e Centro, que trouxe eletricidade para milhares de famílias e empresas.
O principal desafio neste momento da RNT é fazer chegar a rede nacional de transporte a todas as províncias do país. Neste momento já temos 10 províncias interligadas, o que nós chamamos de sistema interligado, faltando ligar o sistema nacional, da rede nacional, as 4 províncias do sul, a Huila, Namibe, Cunene e Pancubango, as 3 províncias do leste, a Lunda Norte, Lunda Sul e o Mochico, e a província de Cabinda. O segundo, integramos no mercado regional da SADC e sermos uma empresa de referência.
Juntos, podemos alcançar a satisfação social desejável.
RNT, transportando energia, ligamos o país.
Como chegamos até aqui? Progredimos, capacitamos, inovamos. Como conseguimos? Com engenharia. Juntos continuamos a ir mais além. Por nós, pelo planeta, pelo futuro.
engenheira Carliane Shedid, a engenheira Vera Mário, a engenheira Lídia Santiago e a engenheira Margaret Oguntala. Serão as intervenientes deste segundo painel, que vai olhar para a liderança entre as engenheiras através do desenvolvimento de capacidades. É para depois da apresentação deste artigo técnico. Penso que estamos em condições para arrancarmos com esta sessão e continuamos a apelar a todos no sentido de adentrarem a sala.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, permit me to ride on protocols that have been established already and to make this presentation on using African engineering alternative dispute resolution practitioners in resolving infrastructure project disputes under the African Continental Free Trade Protocol. This is me. My name is Engineer David Kweti Anyante. I'm a fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and I'm into alternative dispute resolutions concerning engineering projects. I'm a civil engineer by profession, and this presentation, I'm trying to get the attention of policymakers, academics, engineering practitioners, industry leaders, and all of us generally. The outline will be as follows. We'll look at the introduction, dispute resolution mechanisms under ACTA, the role of engineers in ADR, how engineers can take part in ADR and benefit from it, and how other companies for which engineers work for can also benefit from it. And how we encourage African engineers to become ADR practitioners. We want to do that. And how the African ADR centers can be used by AFTA to help them resolve disputes that may arise. Look at some case studies across the world and how they have resolved their disputes, some recommendations, and then we'll conclude. So as we know, the AFTA is a protocol that is seeking to integrate Africa and help develop Africa. You know, it's been established already. There's a secretariat in Ghana, and they are working towards integrating Africa. This is a protocol that we should all take advantage of, such that Africans can benefit from in accordance with the Agenda 2063, being self-reliant, solving our own problems, dealing with our own situations. After we open up and has to provide inter-African trade, enhanced economic integration, promote sustainable and inclusive economic development, the like. Some of the issues that AFTA will have to look at and try and resolve and bring to the fore include addressing the lack of infrastructure on the continent, trying to standardize regulations, norms, and policies. We talked about the MRAs, and AFTA can support with that, and so on. We all know about what infrastructure can do for development. We are all engineers, and we understand the power of infrastructure in economic development. So I wouldn't waste too much time here. We know what developed transportation network can do for logistics, energy, and all those kind of infrastructure projects. If they are well developed, the whole continent benefits a lot, and there can be proper integration of the continent. These are some of the infrastructure projects that we will have to work towards. Well, with infrastructure projects, most human endeavors, I think almost all human endeavors, come along with disputes. And there are various reasons why we should be prepared to deal with disputes. And some of the challenges, some of the issues that bring about disputes so far as infrastructure projects are concerned include budget overruns, design and construction issues, poor design, lack of advanced technology and expertise, stakeholder management, coordination that's not done properly can lead to complex disputes, funding challenges, regulatory hurdles, and the like. But these can be dealt with. There are strategies that can help deal with it, and these include carrying out detailed and comprehensive feasibility studies, among others, clear, detailed contracts, stakeholder engagement, that is very crucial in most projects which cut across the world, strong project management practices, and using alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to resolve the disputes when they come up. And also not only when they come up, but to preempt some of the disputes that may arise and to deal with it and nip it in the bud. And after, the dispute resolution mechanism is actually for state to state. It's between states, and the mechanism does not allow for resolution between parties in a contract, like companies and things like that working on a project. But for the state-to-state mechanism and after, these are some of the processes that you have to go through to resolve your dispute through the dispute settlement body, consultations, good officers, and then establishment of panels. Those are some of the mechanisms and after for state-to-state resolution of disputes. The mechanism continues with panel processes, how to appeal the decisions that are made, implementation and compliance on the decisions, and they also support of capacity building and assistance. But the goal is for an efficient, fair, and transparent dispute resolution system. That is what the resolution and the AFTA seeks to aim at. But we have to integrate engineers in all these. Engineers are better placed to deal with infrastructure disputes than any other professional. So you wonder what happens to other disputes among parties. All the other parties are free also to take their disputes to other alternative dispute resolution centers, be it on the continent or outside of the continent. And some of these mechanisms are worked into the contracts. So then we are saddled with a dispute resolution mechanism that might be held outside the country. But what is ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution? It involves disputes outside that are resolved outside the traditional judicial system, that is the courts. But they use methods such as mediation, arbitration, negotiations, which are less formal, more collaborative, and often more cost-effective, usually quicker than litigation. So some of the common methods are, as you see up there, and their characteristics. The importance of ADR in infrastructure projects, with infrastructure projects, these are very expensive projects and they cut across many years. You don't want to escalate these costs that are associated with them. So they are cost effective, they are time efficient, they are flexible once you use this process. Any conflict that comes, applying ADR helps you resolve it faster, more easily. Engineers are better placed, as I said, to manage most infrastructure projects. Why? Because they have the technical expertise. Engineers in that particular industry, they have the technical expertise. They are able to break down what the issues are and address it effectively. Effective communication also comes to mind. They are able to break down the technical jargons and understandable to all. They are innovative, they are problem solvers, as we heard yesterday. They have good project management skills, they are ethical, and they have a collaborative mindset. What are the benefits of ADR to, yes, you would ask? Professionally, engineers can benefit from ADR. It can enhance your profession. It can give you other skills. It enhances your legal acumen. And once your legal acumen is top-notch, once you are administering any project, you know the pitfalls, you know what to avoid, how to prevent conflict, or how to deal with conflicts easily and quickly. There are also financial benefits to ADR practice, and it benefits the companies that you work for because you don't drive them into litigation. Make sure that they avoid litigation. When the litigation arises, you know how to assist them to ensure that they don't incur extra cost. Engineering training alone is not enough for you to practice as an ADR practitioner. You need to go through training, understand the processes, the methods of handling ADR litigation issues. So once you go through those processes, you enhance your professional skills and you have better understanding of how to resolve these issues. The roles that engineers may want to play under ADR may be mediators, arbitrators, negotiators, expert witnesses. All those things come to mind under the practice of ADR. And it equips you with the skills, as I mentioned earlier, to enhance your practice as an ADR practitioner. Engineering bodies can also, engineering professional bodies can also assist in helping engineers become practitioners. They can organize specialized training sessions and certifications. They can also develop resources for the training of engineers specifically for ADR, resolving engineering ADR disputes. They can be an advocate for ADR. They can collaborate with other organizations like ADR centers in delivering ADRs. They can provide practical engineering, networking opportunities for engineers to get involved in ADR. And they can also have a contractual role. These days, most professional engineering organizations, institutions, are mentioned in contracts. They are referral points in arbitration issues. So it's always good that you are already prepared so that when these things come to you, you are able to deal with them. Across the continent, we have a number of ADR centers. Some include the Lagos Court of Arbitration, the Nairobi Center, for international arbitration. We have one in Kigali and a couple in South Africa. There may be some elsewhere. If I've left out your country, please forgive me. And their basic function is to facilitate dispute resolution, offer training, conduct research, and they can also provide a lot of assistance to the Secretariat of AFTA. Because as you know, AFTA, under the Secretariat of AFTA is responsible for maintaining the register of all ADR practitioners and so on and so forth. But this will mean that they are, duplicating some of the efforts across the continent. They have to provide arbitration administrative services to all the issues that come up. And some of these centers are able to take it off them and help them prevent rediscovering the wheel. So the centers can support the AFTA framework through some of these initiatives. They can harmonize all the practices across the countries, and I believe these are all issues that the AFTA Secretariat intends to do. They want to build capacity, they want to raise awareness, and all these things. They can use the ADR centers across the countries to deliver this and ensure the smooth functioning of cross-border trade, including shared infrastructure, reduce risk in international trade, align ADR services with AFTA goals, provide them with advice. Strategies for integrating engineers into ADR centers. I think I've mentioned quite far. We could all train them, get them to do CPD courses. They don't have to get the training all at once. Don't have to go for a full degree in ADR before you start. You can build up your CPD points on ADR and gradually work towards becoming a practitioner. You can collaborate and promote it across the country, internship and other things, practical experience, institutional and policy support, educational integration. Utilizing African ADR centers for infrastructure projects in this country. Let's look at how some countries have done it, how they use their centers to resolve these issues. We all know of the Channel Tunnel project, and of course, there were numerous disputes and they had to be resolved. They used a lot of ADR processes to resolve most of the issues, although some did go to litigation, where engineers involved in resolving these issues, technical issues across both countries, French and English, but the engineers managed to work on it. If we look at the Hong Kong to a high Macau bridge, also there were issues with the project, environmental issues, and all that also went to ADR. They use their own people to resolve the issues. So technical people, ADR practitioners between Hong Kong and China resolve the issues. In Russia also, they used their institutions to resolve the issue on the Russia-China oil pipeline. For the West African gas pipeline, again, as expected, there were issues. And this time, the issues had to go to the International International Commercial Center. And these disputes were not handled locally, although local engineers were involved. They had to go to that international center to resolve the issues. However, after the project completion, the operation side of things, the disputes are being handled by the Ghana Arbitration Center. So the issue is to build capacity within our ADR centers so that if we have disputes on our projects, we can go to them and we can rely on ourselves to resolve our problems rather than going to the ICC and places like that, LCI, the London Center for International Arbitration, and all those other international centers. Lessons that we learn from other regions. A lot of regions try to preempt these disputes before they even arise. I know we also try to do that. In America, they rely on a lot of dispute resolution boards. I think in Africa, we are trying to do something like that, but these should be institutionalized. In Australia, they collaborate, the lawyers and the engineers collaborate through their arbitration center to resolve disputes. In Singapore as well, they have strong legal framework for supporting engineers in ADR. Across the world, we've realized that the key success factors are technical, problem-solving skills, effective communication, impartiality and objectivity, and preempting disputes before they arise. And engineers have all these abilities. So why are we not getting involved? We should get involved and practice ADR to benefit our continent. We can have a structured ADR mechanism across the continent. We can have specialized training and certification across the continent, legal framework, and use technology as well to help support the practice. These are all lessons that we can pick up. So we are not only talking about that, we at the Ghana Institution of Engineering, having recognized that, are taking ADR seriously. And we have set up the ADR Center. It's going to be inaugurated very soon, before the end of the year, by the Chief Justice, because the court continued to refer disputes concerning engineering projects, I should say, to the institution, and therefore we should be ready to help them out. We should have enough capacity to deal with the issues that come up. Encourage all engineers to get involved and take it seriously, including women engineers. ADR is for all of us. You know, in Ghana, we now have the third female Chief Justice, and she'll be inaugurating the center. So please, women, is all for all engineers. It's something that I believe women are good judges. We also see that coming up in Ghana. A lot of the judges, women. So women know how to administer justice. So these are some of the proposals to support the involvement of engineering in ADR. Large projects we can establish and make it mandatory for us to have DRBs, that's the dispute resolution boards. We can have specialized panels and teams. We can have pre-dispute ADR clauses in the contracts. I think we do have some these days, such that there's a roadmap to resolving disputes when they arise. Regional ADR centers and things like that. We could also put in place performance metrics so we can see how well we are doing with ADR and improve upon our practice of ADR. Framework for collaboration with government also, we shouldn't leave the government out. They usually will go for these large infrastructure projects. They should realize that we are able to assist them in resolving issues and shouldn't shy away from using African ADR practitioners. So they can establish interagency coordinating committees to assist them, can have clearly defined roles for government and engineering bodies and ADR centers, have institutional support, ADR centers, and other things like that. And then we monitor and evaluate. Of course, we need funding for this. I believe that once we have that collaboration with government, they should be able to assist with that. In conclusion, let me say that I want to encourage all engineers, or most of the engineers who are in the field, to start taking up ADR CPD courses. start building up their legal acumen that will help them to administer their projects very well, to avoid pitfalls, to avoid conflicts, and even when they arise, we will shorten the length of time that the dispute persists. We can resolve it quickly. Technical expertise, engineers are better placed, as I said, to help resolve engineering issues, high standards, quality, reduce disputes over workmanship and design. Then we can harmonize ADR practice, lead to economic growth, sustainable development. And above all, it will help us to achieve the Agenda 2063, which we all crave for, where we can rely on ourselves to solve our problems. Even if we have to bring people from outside, they should come and work with us to deal with our issues. We shouldn't go out there or leave everything to them to deal with. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Engineer Yante. I believe that having listened to him, having expressed eloquently the need for ADR, having gone through what ADR is, more importantly, that we have to be also inward-looking. It's not everything that you have to go to Singapore or to London or to any other place, but we have to develop ADR centers. So I believe that we have questions, and obviously would want to get some nuances in what he has already presented. So please, if you have a question or a comment, raise up your hand. If there are others, he mentioned that there are some ADR centers that he didn't mention. If you have some benchmarks that we want us to look at, please, can you get him a microphone? Okay, there are microphones here.
Thank you very much for a very insightful paper. And my question, or maybe you can take it as a comment too, is there is now a trend towards dispute avoidance boards, where we need to have senior people sniff out these disputes before they even occur, dispute prevention. And I'm sure in parallel to the AFTAC protocol, these developments were happening in the consulting engineering sector, especially in the new amendment of 27 of the FIDISH suite of documents. How best can we have dispute avoidance embedded in the protocol or in the mediation prior to arbitration and issues like that? What is your thoughts on those observations?
All right, thank you very much, Engineer Manua. I think you're right. Basically, as I said, sometimes these are embedded in the contract and there's a roadmap to dispute resolution. So you go through a number of mechanisms before you end up at arbitration, which is usually final. So those are embedded, and you spoke about FIDIC and things like that. There are other boards, dispute resolution boards, which can assist in preventing these disputes. But you also realize that most of these associations and centers that are not in Africa do not support our cause. If you try to get on the president's list in FIDIC, you'll be amazed what you have to go through. And you may want to tell me how many Africans are on that board. The whole of Africa, 2 people. So you can imagine if there's a dispute using FIDIC clauses and things like that, FIDIC contracts, and they have to appoint somebody to more or less not be a Ghanaian, an African, sorry.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, you heard it.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nyante. My name is Engineer Shama Kiteme, President, Institution of Engineers of Kenya. I'm very excited that for the first time we are having this conversation and centering it in Africa. In Kenya, we had a tussle with the state law office. Their problem was that the way some of the infrastructure contracts are awarded, we end up, when there are disputes to be resolved, being referred to Geneva through the same framework that you're talking about. The other thing we have done is that we have encouraged our members when they are involved in developing, drafting contracts to include the Institution of Engineers of Kenya as a nominating body for either the adjudication board or the arbitration board. However, and like many of you understand, in the practice of the ADR, you expect people who have certification, for example, Chartered Institute of Arbitration and stuff like that. The problem we are dealing with now is that because we openly invite, through expression of interest, those who are capable and trained to do the ADR, we do not have enough engineers. We send out an EOI, we get people who are in good standing with the institute, Chartered Institute, coming up, and there are few. So we get enough requests for nomination, and a few people are able to be available to be appointed. So it's a question of capacity for us now to invest in, and whatever Ghana is doing probably needs to apply wherever, because even as of yesterday, 2 days ago, I invited more engineers in Kenya to show interest, but they are not there. They are not there. So I think the conversation is exciting, and we need to domesticate it so that we are building that local capacity.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We ran out of time, and we appreciate your audience. And thank you, women, for allowing us to make this presentation.
Vamos aplaudir este momento. Mais palmas, por favor. O momento agora é para o segundo painel, mas antes vamos para mais um momento cultural. As integrantes do painel estejam em preparação e podem já se dirigir aqui ao painel, aqui ao púlpito, para poderem de seguida fazer a apresentação. Mas por agora, mais uma vez, vamos aplaudir o grupo de dança Turma do Futuro. Área técnica, podem colocar a música.
Aye mama, oh mama ya mina, oh mama, malunga ja musono kesho usendwe, kwetu chukule ni mwaso wawawe. Chukule ni mwaso wawawe. Namulelenu, 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 oh oh oh. Namulelenu, 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 oh oh oh, malunga kalisele, lunga limukwenu tambula. wakateko muyenyi weye ohene wakwa manyueleta tala isendo kuirato choche manyueleta tala isendo kuirato choche manyueleta tala isendo kuirato ohene wakwa suwa mama suwa ohene wakwa wakateko muyenyi weye suwa mama suwa tata muyenyi weye mwalese wa ama mwalesa wa amama mwalesa wa amama mwalesa wa amama mwalesa wa suwa echa ohene wakwa manyueleta isendo kuirato choche manyueleta tala isendo kuirato choche manyuele tala isendo kuirato ohene wakwa suwa salita bisenu maso awawe namulelenu ulakayanda mama namulelenu ulakayanda mama lungale bukwenu lumbula omutenga kinga yakwendela ulakayanda mama lungale bukwenu lumbula omutenga kinga yakwendela ulakayanda mama.
E a turma do futuro a dançar em Gabriel Chema, uma demonstração cultural do leste do nosso país, Angola. Bem, quero convidar agora as engenheiras para o painel, promover a liderança entre as engenheiras através do desenvolvimento de capacidades. A doutora Bridge Samula será a moderadora. Convido para subir aqui ao painel a senhora Rovane Singamone, please. A engenheira Alice Seita, a engenheira Karnian Shadid, a engenheira Vera Mário, a engenheira Lídia Santiago e a engenheira Margarete Ongutala. Por favor, para o painel. Obrigado.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Bridget Samula. I'm going to be the moderator for the second panel session. And we are going to handle it a little bit differently. Trust me, we will keep the 1 hour. I know you have one more presentation by Engineer Joan. You will definitely be leaving before 6 o'clock today. So what we are going to do is that we're going to start with a presentation by Engineer Rovani. Engineer Rovani is online. She's the UNESCO Education Program Specialist, and she's a chemical engineer by training. Engineer Rovani, if we can be able to project so that she can be able to speak. It's a 10-minute presentation. Engineer Rovani, over to you. The media team, do you have her presentation? Engineer Rovani?
Hello.
If you can log out and log back in the meantime, We could also take the other presentation, Engineer Lydia Santiago, the Vice President of the Order of Engineers in Portugal. She will come give her presentation. So media team, if you can shift over to Engineer Lydia's presentation, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon for all. I am going to try to speak in English. It's not my mother language, but I try. I am here as the Vice President of the Portuguese Engineer Association, which represents all the engineers in Portugal. It's very grateful to be invited to be here inside the African women engineers in this African Engineer Week. My association has 17 specialties, and we have the competence and the talent, so much that we have been and we are in the leadership of many organizations like Civil, Chemical, Engineers Europe, and WFO, as you know, with Mr. José Vieira. And also, we want to continue to be part of the decision in the world of engineering. I invite you to visit our stand outside there. Well, let us begin. I am a chemical engineer and a food engineer. And a food engineer. I had worked teaching for 42 years I had worked for 42 years teaching pupils in engineer. I defend the NGD 5 and 10, but for me, the 10th is the gender opportunities. I was always entrepreneur. I had worked along my life also in dairy products. And I had also found an organization, as we are going to see. Until yesterday, in my organization, in Ordem dos Engenheiros, Portuguese Engineer Association, we were a total of 12,353 engineers, which corresponds to 21% of the total of the members. We are 21% only. In the elections for the mandate for 2022-2025, our organization had elected 508 14 people, 14 members. But 209 were female engineers. Then we are presenting 40 and 6%. I have there some numbers to compare the pupils which had come in the schools of engineer in 2012 and 2022. And as we can see there, number of graduates in gender and for women, the gender had increased only 2%. In 10 years, the women graduated in engineer had increased 2%. As you see, it's very little. We had made, in the beginning of this year, an inquiry. And we wanted to know who are the members, men or women, which are in the management, in the administration, and in the intermediate management, in the technique, the operation, and others. And the conclusions are very, very beautiful, because we have the men in the management, in the administration, and near 27%, and the women, 10%. But also in the intermediate management, the men are near 27% and the women 23%. And now the most beautiful. In technical area, the men are 41% and the women 58%. Then we must remember a direction of the European Union in 2022 that says that the women must be in the decision-making positions, at least at 30%. And one of us had asked to Mr. António Guterres, to engineer António Guterres, a Portuguese one member, when the NGD 5 is admitted. And he only answered, only can be by codes. In 2020, I had created a networking group of women, of Luso-Hispanic women engineers. And I'm going to say why. I am in many groups of women engineers. In Unesco, by example, which has engineers from all the countries, inclusive countries which are here presented. But they only speak in English. And I saw that the women engineers which speak Portuguese and Spanish is not in those groups. Then I had created a group which speaks Spanish and Portuguese. And yesterday, this group made 4 years. It's a group of women engineers of Portugal, Spain, Cabo Verde, Angola, Moçambique, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguai, Paraguai, Colômbia, Costa Rica, México, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador. And yesterday at the evening, we made a meeting online, and we had decided that's the time to organize and be a ONG. It's the first time that I say this in public is for you. What is intended to capture girls for engineer? The young people is not interested to study English, to study engineer, and less the girls. Engineer, it's very work to study, and the young people want easy things to touch and something and had answers. It's not easy like that, the engineer. But we have more objectives. For example, we want to make projects, easy projects, with no many money, not so much money, single things, easy things, but that women engineers can put her knowledge and create employment for other women. But, as I say, it's not NGD 5. It's the 10, the opportunities for all, and also 17. Because we must work together and share all our experiences for all the countries. A project, an easy project that you had implemented in your country, here in Africa, is also beautiful and good to share in Brazil or in Colombia or in Bolivia. Then our principles are those. Only an energy source, a solar panel, can provide energy for a refrigerator, a television, a computer, an electric pump, and help water to produce food for our family or for the animals, food that can be sold locally and generated daily money for women. I am food engineer also, then I know what I'm saying. Well, for my association, Ordem dos Engenheiros, we develop every year a team. And this year is gender equality in engineer. Is this pin that I have here is the year of gender equality in engineer. And we are going to receive in November about 400 people. We are receiving the 16th encounter of Ibero-American engineers, architects, and geographical women. Then there is only a future with engineer. And I must say that women, a moment, please. A woman doesn't need to imitate a man, nor stop being a woman, because we have our paper. We contribute, in addition to the knowledge, to the sensitivity, to the detail, the intuition that characterizes us, distinguishes us, and marks our difference. But the women must think some things. For example, women must be nominated for women or by women and not by men. All of us are nominated by men. But the decision of that is only in our hands, the women. We have not yet achieved the equal opportunity with the diversity, with inclusion that we would like to have. But remember, today is very different from yesterday, and tomorrow will be better, certainly. Well, what can we do for that? Which skills do women must have? One day, somebody told me, the women are not all equal, like the men. The men are not equal. The men don't go all for engineer, and the women also. We are not equal. Then we must do. We are in risks, we are in challenge, but we have also opportunities for the future engineers. It's for men, but also for women. We must develop a solid, diversified competence, more skills, more transversal skills. And we are going to have many opportunities because new enterprises are going to born. New things are going to appear, and we must be prepared for that. We must have hard skills, but also soft skills. The transversal skills, like critical thinking, it's very important with the platforms like Google, like ChatGPT. Okay. The design thinking, the leadership, the humanistic and social skills.
Engineer Lydia, I'm a little bit worried about the time.
Okay, I am going to finish.
And there's a lot we'll discuss in the panel
Okay,
session
we
as
can
well.
choose to training in soft skills, like those which are written, but we must increase our competencies in global. Thanks for your attention. Bem-aja a todos os que falam português.
Thank you very much. I would like us to try Engineer Rovani. Over to you, please, 10 minutes. Luckily, you're online. Agreed, sir. So, Engineer Rovani, over to you. Media, if you're struggling, I would like to call the panel and we speak. Engineer Rovani, you're going to have to apologize. You've been waiting for about 2 hours. I would like to call on Dr. Engineer Alice Sater. Please come up on the stage. She's the State Secretariat for Science, Technology, and Innovation in Angola. With me are very distinguished ladies that are going to be speaking about how to get that 58% to the top. So you can come. Thank you. Engineer Colleen Bouchardit, our immediate past president of FAO. We appreciate you. We are literally standing on the shoulders of giants as we speak. Engineer Vera Mario. She's the coordinator of the College of Civil Engineering, Order of Engineers Angola, and head of building maintenance. You're welcome on stage. Engineer Lydia is already here, Engineer Lydia Santiago, and last but definitely not least, Engineer Margaret Oguntala. She is the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you very much, ladies. So, Dr. Sater, my question is, what is Angola doing to educate girls? I repeat the question, I'll start the question. What is Angola doing to educate girls around the field of engineering in order to be able to break the stereotypes in a male-dominated environment?
Boa tarde a todos, primeiro, e muito obrigado pelo convite. Em relação à sua questão, devo dizer que falo um pouco com base na minha experiência. Eu estive, tal como a doutora Lídia, há mais de 30 anos ligada à docência de cursos de engenharia e ligada à gestão de cursos de engenharia. Eu sou engenheira de Minas, portanto, já a partida, uma área tipicamente masculina. Isso certamente terá influenciado toda a minha atitude em relação à formação de outras mulheres na área das engenharias. E, portanto, também olhar para a altura, para a necessidade de se começar essa formação muito cedo, quando elas ainda são meninas. Portanto, devo dizer que sim, que tanto a nível das instituições de ensino que existem em Angola, como a nível do próprio governo de Angola, existem iniciativas, existem programas que visam tanto incentivar a formação de mulheres e de meninas na área das engenharias. Penso que terei respondido à sua questão.
Thank you very much. I mean, we all realize that we need to really start from grassroots. But I think what we've done is that we've sold engineering a very specific way. And so when a young girl thinks of engineering, they think of a hard hat and boots. And engineering looks very different.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to give us a few ideas of where you're trying to also break the stereotypes, because engineering has progressed and it is so diverse today. Half of us here are wearing heels and we are putting on earrings. What can we do to change the face of the female engineer in the minds of our girls, but also in the minds of their parents?
Não é fácil, de facto, né? Porque há uma barreira cultural muito grande ainda. Às vezes, mesmo que as meninas queiram enveredar por alguma área de engenharia, têm que enfrentar por parte da família, começa pela própria família. Mas não é difícil, não é impossível. E nós temos visto, eu em particular, posso falar de uma experiência que a Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade Agostinho Neto, uma universidade pública, que tem sede aqui em Luanda, desenvolveu durante 4 ou 5 anos. Realizavam semanas de engenharia. Não era mais do que ter as portas da escola abertas. E, portanto, durante essa semana recebia-se crianças de várias escolas selecionadas, escolas da província de Luanda, não só da parte da cidade, mas também dos arredores de Luanda. E durante uma semana, essas crianças iam à escola. Portanto, claro que era uma logística muito intensa, transporte, alimentação, mas isso foi feito durante 4 anos. A Covid, infelizmente, veio quebrar esse excelente trabalho que era desenvolvido. Mas acabamos por ver alguns resultados também, porque isso estou a falar da experiência de uma universidade pública em especial. Os resultados quais foram? Nos exames de acesso aos cursos de engenharia dessa universidade, começou-se a verificar um maior número de candidatas para determinados cursos de engenharia, que não só aqueles onde às vezes é frequente encontrar-se muitas mulheres, como é o curso de engenharia química. Portanto, esse foi um resultado que se foi verificando. E eu acredito que se esse projeto pudesse continuar, provavelmente os resultados iriam continuar também a aumentar. Portanto, só para dizer que sim, que é possível trabalhar com as crianças no sítio onde elas estão, nas suas escolas. Tínhamos professores que também iam às escolas, convidava-se engenheiras de várias áreas para também irem às escolas, e penso que todo esse ambiente pode ajudar de facto a quebrar estereotipos e melhorar a adesão de meninas aos cursos de engenharia.
Thank you very much. I do think if we catch them early, which is what I call it, we'll go a long way. The technical team has resolved their problems. Engineer Rovani, there's quite a bit of work that Unesco is doing in engineering education. That is why it's important for her to speak. Can we try and connect with Engineer Rovani online?
Hello, Bridget.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. Oi, tudo bem? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Thank you for having me, and sorry that I can't be there in person. So I'm going to quickly talk about the pipeline problem and girls in STEM. Next slide, please. So is there really a problem? Well, what we find is that, next slide. What we find is that in many countries around the world, we have less women than men going into their studies, and especially into tertiary studies. We find that women and girls continue to be excluded fully from participating in science. And according to a UN study in 14 countries, the probability for female students to graduate with a bachelor's, master's, and a doctoral degree in science is 18, 8, and 2% compared to 37, 18, and 6% respectively for boys. Next slide, please. So we're going to quickly look at the story of two girls. One will be a girl from a middle high income country, probably like Mexico, where the teacher has hands-on learning and STEM, and it actually works. And then we're going to look at a little girl called Tabi from a country like Lesotho, where there are not many hands-on STEM activities, except when efforts are made by partners that go into the school. So the next slide, please. We find that in primary school, looking at science and maths, girls and boys are almost at the same level. We find that there is no difference in maths and science, and we find that even in maths, girls sometimes perform much better than boys in this particular study. Next slide. Going to high school, again, we find that in maths and science, girls and boys perform similarly. Actually, the girls perform much better than boys in maths, and in science, they are equal. We find that when girls form in the lower half of the study, boys actually sometimes perform much worse than the girls overall, looking at the statistics. So we know that girls can do well in maths and science. So why aren't they taking this up at university degree? Next slide, please. When we look at young women and enrollment rates, we find that the enrollment of female students in education around the world, there are more women than men. In primary school, we almost have parity, so there is parity with girls and boys. But we find in higher education, which is the graph on the left, the third line at the bottom, higher education, there's not much participation of women. And when we look at girls' gross enrollment in primary education to higher education around the world, we find that again in the world we have parity at primary school, high school, we have around 80%, and then we have around 50% of girls going to university. But we find that in sub-Saharan Africa, which is the last graph on the right, we find that we have parity with girls going to primary school. But in high school, we only have around 30% of young girls going to high school. And in tertiary education, we have less than 10% of girls. This was a study done sometime, but it just shows the difference around the world of enrollment of girls and boys. Going to the next slide, we find that when we look at young women and enrollment in university, a study done by Unesco shows us, by the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, that around the world we have more women than men that go to university. However, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, it is the only place where we have more men than women who enroll at university. And we find that there's a huge lag of women in the STEM subjects going to university as well. So where are all our young women going? So in the next slide, you will find that most of our young girls are going to business, administration, and law at tertiary education. And then they also go into health and then teaching, arts, and education humanities. But when we look at engineering, maths, and construction, we find that there's almost 4 times as many men as girls that go into these courses. The same with information and communication technology. Young women are not taking up these courses. And why is that? So the next slide is going back to our 2 girls, Daphne and Tabi, at university. We know that one is from a higher income country and one is from sub-Saharan Africa. How would they fare? Well, the next slide, what we find is that we have the leaky pipe syndrome with young women going to tertiary education. We find that at bachelor's and master's level, we have around 53% of women around the world going into bachelor's and master's. But when we get to PhD level, we only have around 43% of women. And then when we go on to researchers, we have less than 30% of women who make up researchers around the world. On the next slide, we find that in 2023, the gender gap in STEM remains significant. Women make up only 28% of the STEM workforce worldwide. And this consists of about 24% of women in the US, 17% of women in the European Union, 16% in Japan, 14% in India, and this is a study by the Michigan Institute of Technology. And we find that in South Africa, we have around 13% of women. And then some studies say that there's only 7% of women in engineering. And we find that computer science shows a steady decrease in female graduation since 2000, especially in high-income countries. And the situation in also some areas like Latin America and the Caribbean is also worrying with the number of women taking up these courses. So on the next slide, UNESCO, we did a particular study of women in higher education and STEM in Southern Africa, looking at the 9 countries listed in front of you. And we had 36 institutions from these 9 countries that participated. Going on to the next slide, what we find is that when we look at teachers, for most of the countries, except Namibia and South Africa, we have less than 25% of the STEM teachers and the STEM management who are women. So already if we look at role models and women teaching young women in STEM, there are not many. And if we go on to the next slide, what we find is that if we break up STEM into science, technology, engineering, and maths, we find that science has the most number of women, but of course, because we include health in here, we have around 50%. But when we look at the others, especially when we look at engineering, there are really less than 25% again of women in engineering. And when we look at the total enrollment of young women in sub-Saharan Africa, we find that sub-Saharan Africa, so the 9 countries, follow the global trend where there are more women than men going to university. However, once again, when we look at the STEM subjects, we have less than 40% of young women studying STEM at university. And this is a study that the report is published, and we can also share it with you. So what are we doing to get more young women in to STEM? Well, one of the big things is role models. And through this, we have the L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science program, which started in 1998. And it rewards exceptional women, but also offers scholarships and fellowships to young women studying STEM at university level. And 7 of these women that received the L'Oreal UNESCO laureates went on to receive the Nobel Prize, and 1 went on to become a president of the country. And these have been awarded to around 4,000 women in 110 countries around the world. We also have the 1 Million Girls in STEM campaign, which was launched in New York on the 13th of March, 2017. And we have a total of 19 countries globally which have been involved, and more than 50,000 women who have been influenced by it. This is also one of the initiatives from South Africa by Women that we work with. And one of the other initiatives we do is the STEM and Robotics Boot Camp, where you can see the photographs from last year at UNESCO Africa Engineering Week, where we teach young children about business case scenario, robotics, 3D printing, and coding. And thus, we offer them options for young girls to really take on STEM subjects. And so in addressing the pipeline problem, we need to empower young women with knowledge and information about engineering and science so that they can make informed decisions and decide about their careers. We need to ensure that there is no gender bias in technology and devices for girls and boys. We need to develop tools for data collection in STEM, especially disaggregated data, which we really need. We need mentors and programs to encourage young women to take up STEM. We need recruitment and promotion target systems for women in STEM in countries. We need exclusive research funds for women in STEM. We need institutional and childcare support in terms of mentoring, childcare facilities, and support for young women. And we need retention monitoring systems to ensure that targets are met, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and other mechanisms. Obrigada. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's our WIFIO president, Engineer Mustafa. You gave us a target and you said we need to meet it. But we already now know we are at the ceiling. So our job, we are at 14%. Please make sure that your target is just to double it. Because if the world statistics are showing that 28% of the engineering workforce is female, sometimes I think we need to be able to set those realistic targets. So let our job be how we move them through the pipeline to leadership, which leads me to Engineer Colleen Bouchardid. Engineer Colleen, what do you think remains our biggest challenge? And this from personal experience and antidotes, because we've gotten the science, particularly around getting women to rise to the top. In the beginning, it's easy, you're competing with work and family life. But what is the biggest challenge, both workplace and society, in getting females to stay in engineering, let alone rising to the top?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start at the beginning. I think that to begin with, when we get females in engineering, we need to make sure that they are fully supported to become very, very competent in their fields. Because you need to have that competence that gives you the confidence to then navigate through your career and get to the top. In the past in Ghana, a lot of females struggle to even get their first jobs. You get into that first job and you are not given the choice jobs. Those go to the males or others in the industry. So you do not get, if you don't have good mentors and you don't have good guidance, you do not get the skills, the wide variety of job experience that you should have, and then the confidence that you should develop. And meanwhile, you are going through the profession. Of course, later on, you need to have the soft skills and so on, but the foundation is very important. Then we have these very toxic work environments. We've had male-dominated engineering workspaces for a long time, and in many organizations, different cultures have developed. Important discussions may take place after work over a beer. And you are not going to join the men when they go out. You are going home maybe to look after your children and so on. And there may be so many other things that prevent you from actually being fully part of the team and rising to the top. And that's where you need people to guide you about how to navigate that kind of system when you find yourself in those in that kind of situation. Of course, females also complain that their contributions are not recognized. They may be there working very hard, competent females, and they find they are being overlooked and being ignored. Sometimes it's unconscious bias on the part of those higher up. And these are all things that we need to address. Of course, there's also the issue of sexual harassment that often rears its ugly head in organizations. And for some organizations, the top is reserved for those who are correctly politically aligned. So if you do not happen to be, politically aligned to the correct party at the right time, you may find out that the top positions, you will never get there. These are all things that can be addressed through systems. And I believe that engineering organizations in every country can play a role to address these systems. For example, FIO and other professional engineering institutions should be advocating for the adoption of policies and so on in the workplace. Policies against sexual harassment, policies that ensure that you have a certain percentage of females in your workforce. And we can do this not by compelling firms to actually maybe have 30% females or so, but by showcasing those that have these numbers. And when firms are looking for, or organizations are looking for firms to employ, these are the kinds of statistics that FIO can put out. If we've got a database of engineering firms, we can then say, oh, these firms have policies on sexual harassment. These firms have this kind of percentage of females as part of their workforce. These firms have this percentage of females on their boards. And we then advocate for people to look out for these kinds of statistics when they are trying to engage firms. So there are all these things that we can do. We also have mentorship. We need to guide our mentors. Like has been said before, should be covering not just, all these areas I've mentioned, the difficult workplaces and so on, but females should also be guided in their special areas of expertise to gain the competence that they need to have the confidence. So you may not be given the best jobs, but there are other ways for you to get the experience. You can even take work that you have not been given and go over it to understand it better, to get that experience and to get the confidence so that you can work your way to the top. The final thing I'd like to say is that I was taught this on a leadership course. What we were told was that nobody can teach you leadership. You've got to understand leadership by doing. And therefore, there are many opportunities for you to learn how to lead. I will say again, professional engineering institutions are one of the best ways in which to learn to lead. You go there, you join them, you chair a committee. You are part of a team lead for a program like this, and so on. It's all part of learning how to lead and how to rise to the top. And of course, in those positions, you are not only doing engineering, you are practicing the kinds of soft skills that you'll need in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those. Those are words of wisdom. Engineer Vera. All right. So we've seen that females, okay. Are we okay? So we've seen how females are performing both as a benchmark, but also you have a lived experience within your workplace. What happens in the work environment, particularly even in the academia setting with the researchers, we saw the numbers go down. What happens in the work environment within the engineering environment, and what advice would you give to employers here?
Ok, muito obrigada. Boa tarde a todos mais uma vez. Bom, no estudo que nós acabamos de ver na apresentação que antecedeu, da engenheira Rejo mostrou claramente que hoje, a nível do ensino, nós mulheres estamos bem representadas, porque acabamos estando em um número muito superior. Porém, este crescimento no contexto acadêmico não se traduz naquilo que é a igualdade de oportunidades que nós temos tido a nível do mercado de trabalho. Nós temos enfrentado vários desafios, como foram agora há pouco tempo citados pela engenheira que me antecedeu. Um deles está relacionado com assédio, está relacionado com a desigualdade salarial, a progressão de carreira. Então, esses são campos que precisam ser revistos, porque nós temos mostrado que temos habilidade e muitas das vezes nós temos, lado a lado aos homens, temos desempenhado o mesmo papel, temos desenvolvido as mesmas atividades. Então, aqui apelar às organizações, às empresas, que olhassem para este campo não com desigualdade, porque apesar de sermos mulheres, nós somos capazes e temos mostrado isso no campo profissional.
Thank you very much. And I think it's an important message to bring along, that we need to make the workplace more conducive. Engineer Margaret, the first female president of Nigerian Society of Engineers, I'm sure you've been hearing it a lot since January. You're a first of a kind, and you've probably broken many stereotypes. What can we learn from you as females aspiring to become leaders in our spaces?
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying that my late father would have been very proud of me today. He would have been proud of the woman that I've become and what I've been able to achieve, because he taught me right from childhood to believe in myself and to aim for only the top and the highest. And he taught me that anywhere you find yourself, you must prepare yourself to take up the highest role possible. And so I grew up with those thoughts. And that's why I miss him so much now. So the first thing to do, and which I have done, like I said now, was to believe in myself and to know that there are really no boundaries. You can be just about what you want to be. And along the line, I started developing myself. I'm also the first child of a polygamous family. And for those who understand polygamy, it's a struggle. So you have to be on your toes all the time. And you have to learn politics right from the home. And you need a lot of that to survive. So I've learned the politics from home, which has also paid off in a number of ways for me. And then, as far as the Nigerian Society of Engineers is concerned, I got here, being the first female president, by a lot of hard work, a lot of luck as well. And I realized along the way that apart from the fact that you must have self-confidence, you must also work hard, you must build yourself. So you continually build your capacity. And my president here, Engineer Kalim Buchedi, she said something about learning, on the job from professional organizations. So the first thing that I did was to volunteer. So you must volunteer. Because it's only when you volunteer that people would discover you. You also discover the skills that you have outside the technical skills that you have acquired in the university. And so I volunteered by joining the Association of Professional Women Engineers in Nigeria. And then through my network, which I built there, I also joined the Nigerian Society of Engineers. And the first time that I tried to contest to be chairman, okay, let me also say this. The first day that I attended the meeting of the Nigerian Society of Engineers Ikeja branch, in Nigerian Society of Engineers we have branches that are based on various locations. the first day that I attended the meeting, I wanted to become chairman. So I was intentional. So I didn't just join, I also had a goal. So, and I worked intentionally towards that goal. But the first time that I tried to become vice chairman and then chairman, I was stopped because they said I was a woman and I would not have time. So I went back, re-strategized, and kept working. I did not become disinterested. I did not lose hope. So I remained in the system, and they kept seeing me because I was in their face. And I also took up other roles, that would make me remain relevant, and then I'll be able to also move. And then eventually, I became chairman, the first female chairman of Ikeja branch, that branch. Several years later, I think about 8 years later, I got the chance. And that was what launched me into the national sphere. So with my performance as chairman, and so that means whatever role you are given, you must do it well, because that is what will launch you into bigger things. So with my performance as chairman of Ikeja branch, it was not too difficult for me to get into the national. As EXCO member, vice president, I was EXCO member under Engineer Mustafa Balarabi Shehu in 2012 and 2013. And he used to refer to me as my EXCO member whose loyalty cuts across boards. And that was because even though I was in a particular board as vice chairman, I was also active in other boards of the society. I did not limit myself to the job that I was given. I found other things to do. So, and then I contested in 2017 for deputy president and lost. So I also did not get too discouraged. Instead, I went back, looked at what I had not done well enough, and re-strategized again. And then along the line, I'd also built relationships, which is important, built bridges, and also I've also worked on my network. So I have friends cutting across the entire Nigeria. And at some point, I also adapted to a few other things. For instance, I come from the southwest zone of Nigeria, where a woman is allowed to leave her hair like I did in this photograph, and and all. But somewhere along the line, I adapted to suit the role of that will be acceptable to even other people, people other than my own region. So you see me a lot of times dressed like this, covering my head, and also wearing a veil. So it's all part of adapting. It's part of growing socially, professionally, politically as well.
Thank you.
So that's the story. Yeah. So today, well, I never planned to be first female president, really.
Yeah.
I wanted to be president, and I must say that. But, that's why I said luck and providence also helped.
And
so,
favor and your father's guidance and the social skills you learned in a polygamous background. To all the men, please don't take this as a cue. All right, so in closing, I would like, there are lots of men who've been in this room. I would like each of you to tell the men, to address the men, one thing for the sake of the women that report to them, the ones they nurture, the ones they mentor, the ones who look up to them. What is the one thing you would like to tell the male engineers in this room? I've surprised all of them. They don't know what. Volunteers? One thing. Each person is going to give one thing, right?
I am sorry, but I don't talk to the men. I talk to the women. We are responsible to not be in our place like them.
Thank you very much. Dr. Engineer Seita, have you thought about your one thing?
Sim, parece que ainda tenho que falar para os homens. Porque bom, acontece que quem define as políticas em alguns países, a maior parte ainda são os homens. E então, falando para os homens, era apenas dizer que as mulheres têm dado provas, portanto, apostem em nós. E uma forma de apostar é, por exemplo, há um aspecto que aqui que não foi apontado por nenhuma das pessoas que interviu e constitui um obstáculo para as mulheres, é o financiamento da sua formação, da sua investigação. E, portanto, aí entra o homem, infelizmente. Porque se não houver programas que financiem a formação, a capacitação, bom, esses números que foram aqui apresentados dificilmente irão ter progressos significativos. E aí aproveitava para falar de uma experiência que se está a passar aqui em Angola. Há um projeto que é financiado, cofinanciado pelo BAD e pelo governo de Angola, que está a apoiar bolsas de estudo especificamente para mulheres e está a financiar projetos de investigação com a condição de eles serem coordenados por mulheres. Portanto, o coordenador do projeto de investigação tem que ser uma mulher. Portanto, é aí que vemos que temos que continuar a falar com os homens.
All right. Thank you. So men, you know, so when you receive projects at your table and there's one promoting diversity, please direct the funds there. Engineer Kalian?
One thing, challenge your female engineers. If they come before you, give them work that you think is beyond them. They will deliver, and in the process, they will also learn and improve.
Bem, senhores, nós somos mulheres, somos vossas companheiras, não para andar atrás de vocês, mas para andar lado a lado com vocês. Por isso, merecemos as mesmas oportunidades que vocês têm. Obrigada.
Well, as a brother, protect her. As a husband, love and encourage her to be what she can be. As a father, motivate her. As a boss, encourage her and challenge her. And as a colleague, please work with her and love her. Thank you.
Thank you. So my message is also very simple and very similar in line. These women have fought many battles. What you do not know is the journey that we walk just to get that certificate. In boxing, they do not put a lightweight with a heavyweight. Women have scars you know nothing about. They have skins that have listened and heard and received and still survived. So when you need somebody to go through the fire for you, women have done it already. Just give them the opportunity. And that would be my final closing words. I do hope we've made the time. And I would like to thank you all. We continue to stand on the shoulders of these giants. These ladies, all of them are engineers in their various portfolios. Engineer Enyonam, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bridget, for a nice and a great session. So I am just here to say thank you to our panelists and to recognize their participation in the form of a certificate of appreciation. So to Dr. Bridget Samula, Engineer Rovani Sigamone.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not there, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So her boss is picking it up for her. Thank you. Dr. Engineer Alice Seta. Thank you very much. Engineer Carlin Bushedid. My mentor, my role model, my everything. Very much. Engineer Vera, Sheila, Mary. Engineer Lydia Santiago.
Give and give. Okay?
Thank you very much. Engineer Margaret Oguntala. And we would like to, I would like to hand over this certificate of appreciation to the chair of the planning committee and the founder of the Africa Women Engineers Forum, Engineer Valerie Aberaba. So we'll take a photograph.
Mais aplausos. Para nós, os homens, ficou a mensagem: viva as mulheres engenheiras! Está fraco. Viva as mulheres engenheiras! Continua fraco. Viva as mulheres! Agora sim, obrigado a todos e as engenheiras também por este momento relevante aqui nesta 10ª Semana Africana de Engenharia. Vamos para o último momento do dia e convidar aqui o Dr. Mohamed Kouari, que vai moderar, e também, no entanto, convidar o Sr. João Nueke, que fará a apresentação de um artigo técnico, capacitação através da educação em engenharia, fundamentos para a África. Sr. João, senhora no caso, né? Sorry. Yeah, you can take place. Aplausos, por favor.
You can now see the reason why I am worried. Always put me in their program last. And last to moderate. This is the last session. We are already almost an hour into the last session. We are always fond of saying African time. Though I work for the African Union, I don't believe it. When I was in the UK, there is one Muzungu, my colleague, and as we are talking with my friend, he says, please let it not be African time. And the Muzungu had it, and he says, Mohammed, is there African time? I say, yes. We have Julian calendar, Gregorian calendar, we have Ethiopian time, we have African time also.
Yeah, why not?
So
African
he
time?
accepted gladly. So we are starting at the African time, and it is 1 hour. I'm also a moderator and a timekeeper.
Okay, I use this. So I'm going to speak on capacity building through engineering education. Foundation for African sustainable. Well, the thing is, I tried yesterday, we've talked about capacity building, we've talked about engineering education. I will not summarize because I still have something to say. So, and I'm glad that all of you are here to listen to me. So, where's the... Okay. So, my name is John Mike. I'm an engineering consultant, and I work with companies to help them deliver their mandate and also to help them build the capacity of their team, technically and otherwise. Today, I will be talking to you from my own perspective about capacity building. And this is how we are going to do that. So, just not to waste time. Oh, okay. So, this is a capacity building. So, capacity is whatever is required to solve societal problem. Whatever you need to solve the problem you're facing. This is the capacity you need. And why do we need to build capacity in Africa? It's not just in Africa, and as I'm talking, the leaders of our society, our institutions, you should be picking things from here on how you think you are going to build the capacity of your team. First thing, we want an easy life. We want to live a good life for ourselves and for the generations that are following us. And we want to do this by ourselves. We want to fulfill the declaration we've made. Africa will want. And this is So, but the thing is that all these things we want and we need, how are we going to get to it? Many speakers yesterday and many writers, they've identified engineering education as the one important way to build capacity in Africa, to build capacity in every organization, to build capacity in our homes, engineering education. And with that, we know where we are today. We know where all the challenges we face in engineering, the problems we have when we talk about engineering education. With all these things in mind, do we think that in the next 5 years, we are going to get to Africa we want? We are going to achieve everything we want? There are so many challenges facing engineering education today. We have resource limitations, outdated curriculum, brain drain, and so many others. And these problems we face today, we are going to think about it. We know the problem, we know where we want to be, we know what we want to achieve. And that's why I'm not going to go through the problems and through the challenges. I want us to talk about the strategies to achieve what we want. First of all, we'll talk about curriculum reform. Honestly, I don't want to see it as a reformation, because reformation somehow is defined as amendment to a broken system. But this system of engineering education, we have all agreed that is not working for us now. Why do we want to amend a system that is not working for us? So we need to think of revolution, how we are going to change our entire engineering education. So they will start reacting to the problem we have. They will start addressing the problems we have in the society. And the younger ones today, they don't believe in the engineering education. When this was done, when the system we are following today was done, it was easy because we were told when you work hard and you go to college, you graduate, you come out, and you get a job. But it doesn't work like that now. It worked then. Now, you work hard, you go to college, you graduate, you come out, there's no job. So, this system is not working. The younger ones, they don't believe in it. And they're very right not to believe in it. We need to think of a system that can work for us and work for the future we are looking for. And for a system to work for us, it has to be a system of adaptability and creativity. The younger ones, we have to have an environment where in engineering education, people can easily adapt and have the freedom to create what is required, have the freedom to think about the problems we have in the society. And that's why my solution, which might not be for everyone, is for us not to focus so much on the STEM subjects. We have to start incorporating social studies. We have to start incorporating economics into engineering education so that the younger ones will understand the social problem we have in the society. They will understand the economic part of our society, what is required. And this is, instead of doing only STEM, that is just capable of providing solutions, they will also do social sciences and do economic sciences that will actually tell them the problem that they're providing solutions to. So we'll look at the industry enhanced. This is one strategy to building capacity. So we'll look at industry and academia collaboration. In school, when you are given a textbook, they will tell you there is an answer at the back of that textbook. Don't look at it. Don't copy. It's called cheating. But immediately you come out of school, this cheating turns to collaboration. And when we think about it, the most important environment for people to learn is when they're learning groups. It's not right to isolate people from this environment and force them to be out of that natural environment where they can learn and improve and innovate. It's necessary for us to collaborate. Right from the one, this should be our message for every educational system. Collaboration is the stuff for growth, and we'll have to think about that. When the researchers and the innovators, if they try to research things and innovate ideas that are not solving the problems of the society, why are we doing that? So we have a lot of patents that are piling up in school, and nobody can fund it because it doesn't solve problems for people. But if they collaborate with the industries, they can easily know where to channel these ideas and this innovation. They can easily channel their time to innovating solutions that can solve our problems. Then, mentorship and sponsorship. A lot has also been said about this. All of us in this room, it's an obligation for us to mentor the young ones. It's our obligation for us to sponsor the young ones under us. Especially women that are underrepresented. In everything we do, and the earlier, the better, we'll start holding the hands of our younger ones. They are the future. The earlier we start holding their hands and putting them in the right path, the better for all of us. And the satisfaction will come to us as being part of this growth in their lives, as being part of this impact of the society. Then I want to speak on government policies. I think the advocacy we should be talking about when it comes to government agencies is for government to create an enabling environment. They don't have to reform our education systems. They just have to make the environment good for anyone that wants to learn, anyone that wants to research, and people to operate. When you do all these things, when the environment is ready, when the environment is conducive, a lot of creativity comes out from it, a lot of innovation comes out from it. And this should be our advocacy when we go to them. And many other ideas might come to us when we think about our educational system. But education is not just in school. It starts from even in our organizations, in our institutions, in our societies. We will train people as we meet them on the way. We have to be conscious of that, to be sure that we are teaching what we really want them to know. Instead of leaving this at some point, or we'll go along the way, teaching a lot of things we don't expect people to practice on, and hoping that one day we'll gather them together to tell them what is required. I think we have to be self-aware that no matter whatever you're doing, you're teaching. And with that, I want to talk to the people in the academics. Anything you're doing now, the job you're doing now, the lectures you give, don't take it for granted. Keep doing the good work. It will be worth it at the end. For policymakers, for people in government, you are not in the office to be reelected. You are there to make an impact. Concentrate on that. For engineering leaders, do not underestimate the work you do within your associations. the cumulative work we do in our different organizations, in different institutions. These are the work. This is what will give us the African we want. And for industry experts and CEOs, I don't know if we have anyone here, but if we don't have, we have friends who can tell them. We need your money. We need you to sponsor researchers. We need you to sponsor innovators. The problems you have in the industry, you need to go to school and discuss it with them. You don't have to wait for the school to always come to you and ask you what you need and try to imagine the problem you're facing in the industry. You need to go to them and table your problem. They have the time, they have the brain to research and have solutions to this problem. So, tell your friends, we need them. For the young engineers, do not settle for any system that doesn't support your dream. Anything that doesn't support your dream, that is not making you feel good, that is not giving you the chance to innovate, speak out and revolt against it. Your voices and your actions are the future of this continent. Please, can you come and help me? So I will skip the conclusion. I will let us read the conclusion. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled with high difficulties, and we must rise with the occasion. You see how he said we must rise with the occasion, not to the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew, and we must act anew. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan. I think she has done justice to the paper, as she has touched many things. But having the privilege of having the mic and the moderator, I will put my comment. I have been in the policy sector, the National Society of Engineers. All of you came from different nations, from different society of engineers. The engineering has gone beyond what you can think of now, because every part of our life is an engineering. The curriculum that are taught now in many of the African universities, you, as the Society of Engineers, will fight for the change or review of the curriculum. How can you do it? You go to the University Commission, where the curriculum is vested, have a look at it, call your experts, and see where a review is needed, and then meet your legislatures as a Society of the Engineers, and now call for the review of those things. Or else, you will be coming here annually, sitting in the Africa Engineering Week, UNESCO, 10th, 11th, 12th, always talking to yourself without reaching out, and nothing will be changed. What she presented need a change and a review, and that review onus lies on you people. You have to start, fight for it. This is my comment. I think we will open up for questions on the floor, but be very brief, nothing like greeting, straight to the point, and then ask, she will respond. The floor is open. I think I am not seeing any hand. Maybe the dinner or everybody is tired. That's why the last paper is always not good. Okay, I can see one hand. Okay. the former FEO chairperson.
Thank you very much, and let me commend you for the presentation. I like the call for change. We cannot continue as we have been. I believe that taking up the call for the change of the curricula, one of the ways in which we can do this is through accreditation. And before you reach a stage where you go into accreditation, you must have criteria by which you are going to accredit the courses. And that criteria should then require these things that we want to see in curricula. I also like the call to industry to go to the universities, to go to, to the research organizations and the universities with their research. We keep imagining problems that we think industry has, and then we try to solve them. It doesn't work that way. We really need to solve real problems. So I think that all these calls for mutual recognition agreements that we are working on, it starts with the basics. Let's look at the curriculum. Let's agree on criteria and how we measure the curriculum. Let's have these benchmarks, and then let's try and include some of these things that should be part of any modern engineering curriculum in accreditation processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hand?
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Olufemi from Nigeria. I think some years back, I challenged my lecturer on the curriculum they are using for us, and he gave excuses of the money required to acquire recent tools for the laboratory and the training capacity building for the lecturer. But I want to just share a little of what I've been doing in line with call to action she mentioned. It's not necessarily attaching this student to big industries. I have started this as far back as 2004. I attach students to experts identified to be very good in engineering. And a lot of them today, they are doing fine in their various organizations. Before coming to this conference, I took 2 students to someone just by the shop. I myself, I started when I was in GSS 2, I was attached to a roadside engineering workshop. And that was where I learned engineering, even right far as GSS 2. So it's not necessarily a big complaint. We can start attaching these students that are interested in local shops that practice engineering. I think that will go a long way to build their capacity in engineering. Thank you.
Okay, I think the president has, let's add president. Rafa. Mike is coming.
Well, Mr. Chairman of the occasion or moderator, let me first of all commend the paper presenter because not only because of this paper, but because of the fact that she has been one of the regular faces in African Engineering Conference and even World Federation of Engineering Organizations. And anytime we have conferences like this, she doesn't come just for socialization. She comes also with the aim of presenting paper to share her views and her understanding of engineering, which is something I really admire from her. So I thank you, Joanne, for that.
Thank you, sir.
On the paper presented, I think all of us have come to the agreement or understanding that there is a need for a radical review of the engineering curricula, especially in Africa, especially with the view, in view of the fact that engineering has metamorphosed into something else, like artificial intelligence, cloud computing has changed the dynamics of the whole engineering training. And the earlier we move, with that kind of understanding, the better for us. Otherwise, the whole world will leave us behind. But changing engineering curriculum also, I think, is beyond the engineering institutions. While I recognize the fact that in some countries, the engineering institution is also the regulator of the profession. But in some countries, you have the institution and you have the regulatory body. But it is on the institution to really partner or reach out to the regulatory body to make sure that these changes come to be. So as the chairman has said, it is on us. Yes, it is on us, but not directly in some cases. In some cases, it's direct because the regulator is the same as the engineering institution. But in such climes where the regulators are different from the engineering institution, the institution needs to write a very strong memo. And in most cases, even if they are not part of it, they are part of the council. Because in Nigeria, we have the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and you have about 6 representatives of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. And I think similar structure is available in Ghana also. You have representation of Ghana Institution of Engineering. So this radical change of curriculum is very, very important. And those in charge of the engineering institutions that are here, and even those that are not here, please should be tasked to look at this issue of curriculum review very seriously, and also reach out to the National Universities Commission, because engineering, we have like 2 regulators. We have the National Universities Commission, and we also have the engineering regulatory body. So we have to work together with these institutions that regulate the practice of engineering, so that we are trained, our children are trained to fit into the system that is existing today in view of these emerging technologies that shape the practice of engineering globally. So thank you very much,
thank you,
presenter and chairman.
I think this is a comment. I will hand over to the presenter to respond to some of the questions.
I'm from Nigeria. I have my president here. She has spoken, she just finished her section. The president of Nigerian Society of Engineers. And the world president is also from Nigeria. So I can only say that I don't have any work to do. They know how to do it. They know how to get things done. But for other countries, I guess you have to go back to your elders. The reason why the elders is because they've passed through many stages of life and they know how to get things done. So by the time you go back to your elders and say that this system is not working for us, what can we do? They will give you a solution on how it's going to be done. For Nigeria, we are covered. The world president is from our country, and the chairman organizing committee is from my country. My president is here, past current president is here, so we are good. So, but for other ones, your elders will work with you, your leaders will see that they do the right thing to change the systems that are not working. Thank you.
Please, let's give a round of applause to the presenter. She has done justice to the presentation, and she has sent back the comment to the commenter so that you take your own action. That is what she did. But however, the response to the guy from the industry who says they need to work, actually in Africa, from my experience of 17 years working in the education, science, technology, and innovation, the industries don't go to the researchers. The industry don't approach the universities. There are very few within Africa, the industries that go to the universities. This is simply because the university need to go to the industry. They need to send their staff who are on sabbatical to the industries. And if the industries accept and they propose solutions to their problem, that is the time they will come back to it. Even the multinationals in Africa, they send their research to out of Africa, do the research and bring it and use it here. These are some of the things that my department is fighting for. If we don't get it, every company that has a capital base or share base of so must do a research. That's why in 2007, the African Union declaration that 1% of GDP of the African Union member states should go to research, very few, extremely few reach that one. So unless we give a priority for the research and the education, we will not be where we are. Let me give you an example of Singapore. In 1962, Singapore was in the same level with Nigeria. Nigeria is far better than Singapore. There are many African countries that are far more better than Singapore. But what did Singapore did? They gave 25% of their budget to education. As of now today, 98% of Singaporeans are educated and they are doing well. They don't have any resources, but they are exporting materials. So this is a knowledge-driven economy. We can do it, all of us, if we join our hand. Thank you very much. I think I will hand over to this guy to say housekeeping is very important. Where the bus, where we are going, all these things, information should be given because people were stranded yesterday. Thank you.
Bem, enquanto vamos aplaudir ainda esta apresentação, mais palmas, por favor. Quanto à questão que me coloca, certamente que a organização vai, no fim, tecer algumas considerações. Prezados delegados, estamos no fim deste dia dedicado à mulher engenheira, o 7º Fórum de Mulheres de mulheres engenheiras. Vamos, no entanto, para concluir, vamos convidar a engenheira Valéria para algumas palavras finais, ela que está aqui a coordenar este Fórum das Mulheres Engenheiras Africanas.
My job is very simple. It's to say thank you for your patience. I don't think I've ever seen a program where people came in the morning to talk about issues, technical issues, social issues, and they stayed till this time. This is past 5. We've been the best audience we can be. Can we give ourselves a big round of applause? I'm very proud of the African engineers. And I think if we continue like this, we will get the Africa we want. Do we believe that? Yes, we are moving forward. For us to be patient enough to listen till the last presenter, it shows we are interested in changing the narration in Africa. And I believe together we can do it. So thank you so very much for being with us. It's been the African Women Engineers Forum 2024. We've had a very successful program. I'm not going to take your time, but I believe whatever we have learned today, whatever has been told us today, we are going to go back, put up everything we need to do. Action points will be taken. And I believe, thank God, Martins is still here. Normally, our resolutions are part of the African Engineering Week resolution. And I think we must set up a committee to make sure that whatever actions we need to take are monitored till the end, so that when we are starting African Engineering Week next year, 2025, we start with our action points, what we did, what we have been able to achieve, and then looking forward to planning 2025 with action. Once again, thank you so very much for being patient with us. And we believe, especially for the men that have been in the hall with us, you are our great allies. All that we want to achieve as women engineers, we believe with your support, we can get there. So once again, thank you, and let's give ourselves a big round of applause. We're going to be taking our pictures now. For your information. Okay, can you come? I'll call Engineer Joelson, will give us some information, and then we'll come up to take our pictures. The first set of pictures will be the chair of women engineers with the president of WFEO and FAO. And then we have the chair of the African Engineering Week, past president of WFEO. Should please join the first picture. And then we have Martin Manoa, Engineer Rafiwe, and presidents of all engineering institutions to join them before we take with the women. Thank you. That's the order of the photograph. I'll call on Joelson now to come up for some information. Please, do we have the president of engineers, Institution of Engineers Tanzania in the hall? He's in the hall. Thank you. Please, the president of Nigerian Society of Engineers would like to meet with you. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Madame Valerie, Engenheira Valerie. Tivemos hoje um dia brilhante, um dia impressionante e acho que é um dia marcante também para a atividade das mulheres. Nós tivemos hoje também a atividade das crianças. O feedback que recebemos das instituições que participaram hoje foi positivo. As crianças saíram daqui bastante satisfeitas e depois, se calhar, no fim, nós vamos pedir a parte técnica para mostrar àqueles que não têm ainda conhecimento o que é que as crianças estiveram a fazer do outro lado. Vamos passar uns vídeos que é para, de facto, mostrar a importância e a relevância da atividade que foi desenvolvida do outro lado. No entanto, nós temos mais 2 dias de agenda. Para amanhã nós teremos o Fórum dos Jovens Engenheiros Africanos. Teremos na parte da tarde. No período da manhã teremos apresentações técnicas e outras. A seguir, nós teremos ao lado também, ou paralelamente, trabalhos científicos. A par destes trabalhos que estão a ser apresentados aqui em plenária, que a Comissão Técnica julgou serem relevantes aos temas que estão a ser desenvolvidos aqui em plenária, esses temas estão a ser apresentados aqui, mas, de facto, foram aprovados muito mais trabalhos científicos e esses outros trabalhos científicos estão a ser apresentados em sala paralela, que, em caso pretendam acompanhar essas sessões, também estão convidados. Nós teremos o tour na sexta-feira. Esse tour, para que não haja uma desinformação ou qualquer coisa, nós temos esse tour dedicado aos nossos delegados internacionais, mas também estamos abertos aos delegados nacionais. Entretanto, para o efeito, deverão contactar a organização. Os patrocinadores também estão convidados para este tour. Amanhã, depois da manhã, nós teremos também uma outra atividade, depois da nossa sessão, será a gala. Delegados internacionais estão convidados, os nossos patrocinadores também. Todos aqueles delegados nacionais deverão contactar-nos no sentido de trabalharmos para garantir a sua participação. Para o tour, agradecemos os nossos delegados internacionais que não vão viajar para Catoca na sexta-feira, que façam a inscrição e façam-no junto à organização, que pretendemos organizar-nos para que tenhamos todas as condições criadas e que não hajam impedimentos. Tá, vou então retirar. Muito obrigado. Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So we take the pictures now, but just before the pictures, we want to actually recognize Engineer Dr. Jema Modu. She's the president of the Institution of Engineers Tanzania. She's the first female engineer to be president of that institution after 49 years. Can we please give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming and staying with us. Can we have the chair of the Women in Engineering Committee come up? And we have President of FAO and the President of WFEO come up to take with her. And then immediately after that, we have past President of FAO, Engineer Kalien Bochedid, past President of WFEO, come up to join them. And then we have, and of course, Martin Manoa as past President of FAO, immediately after this. Thank you. All the official photographers, please, can you take this picture? That's my chair in between, right? She's doing a good job. Great generosity today. How many of you got the chocolates? You've eaten our chocolates and you're not raising up your hand. How many of you got our chocolate? Yeah, thank you. Right? Thank you. Can we have past president of FAO come up to join them? All past president of FAO and Dr. Vera, please. Can you please join them up here? Thank you. Oh, sorry, and I said the president-elect. Yeah. Thank you, Ma, for reminding me. Yeah, thank you. Yes, man, woman, yeah. You need to protect the women. Thank you. Can we have all presidents of professional engineering institutions, please, to join them? Can we celebrate all the presidents of institutions? Without them, we won't be here. They are doing a great job. Yeah, thank you very much, presidents. And do we have, no, let's do past presidents of institutions. Okay, join them. Some people might, that's good for you. Can we have all the members of panel 1 and panel 2 come up now, if they are still in the hall? Thank you. Yes, you can go. Leave my chair. I said you're a member of the panel discussion. Thank you. Can we have all the panelists? Thank you very much, sir. So sorry, Engineer Boache. I hope you are okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'll do that. I'll do that. I promise you. I'm telling all members of the panel discussion, President of NSC, please, can you please be part of this picture? Moderators, please come and join. Where are the moderators? Felicia, we are waiting for you. All right. So can we have all the team leads? And please, while the team leads are coming up for their pictures, can we have the video for the children's program playing? Thank you. Can we have that video? Yeah, that's it. Those are my children, right? All the team leads, if they are here, please, can you come and take picture? Then planning committee for this meeting, please get ready. We must be there, right? It's our show. Team leads. Quickly. Is there anyone missing? Yeah, please, we need music, right? Oh, the background is too wide, right? Oh, okay. Oh, you need, can we have the original background back? Sorry. They want it in the picture. Can you go back to the background for the conference today? Yes, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, watch. Please, before I forget, registrars, executive directors, executive secretaries of professional institutions, please, can you come up to take with her? Executive Director, GHIE Ghana, we need you out here. Do we have any other registrar, secretary? And of course, we want African Union to please come and join us in this picture. Can we have Dr. Kiari, please? Because AU is sponsoring our next year program. Give it to the ladies, yeah. Planning committee, can we have you here? Where are you? Are we in the hall? Thank you.